Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the June 27, 2025 meeting and annual retreat of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. The meeting is being held in person at the Passatelli Center for Advanced Engineering, with some board members participating remotely. At this time, I will ask Board Secretary Michelle Carreri to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook,
Present in person.
Armin Sabatoni,
Present in person.
Maria Duchamp, Michael Fascitelli. Oh, perfect. Wow. Charlie Fogarty, Joe Formicola, Monica Garnes, Neil Kerwin,
Present via WebEx.
Matt Lenz, Robbie Luna, David Monterano, Joe Matthews, Courtney Nicolato, Vahid Onjazietti, Jay Placenzia,
Present in person.
Tom Ryan,
Present in person.
Mark Parlange,
Present in person.
Michael Gray, David Caprio, Christine Bovey, Ryan Estes.
Person.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Michelle. I call this meeting to order. A reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker. Please clearly identify yourself whenever you comment, make a motion or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes, no, or abstain for all action items. Board members participating using WebEx are required to keep their cameras on. As remote members, and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. Other WebEx participants are asked to keep their cameras off until called to speak. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. So we do have an amendment to the agenda, and it is consideration of the affiliation agreement between URI and the URI Foundation from the omnibus vote to the Finance and Facilities Committee report for discussion and action. Are there any other proposed amendments to the published agenda? Okay, hearing none. May I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees move agenda item 5R, approval of an affiliation agreement from the omnibus vote to new action item 4E6 under the Finance and Facilities Committee report section of the agenda.
This is Ahmed, so moved.
Thank you, Courtney. Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. The second item on the agenda this morning is report of the president, and I will ask the president to deliver his report.
Okay. Margot. Morning, everybody. Good to see you all here on a cool late June day. It's, as you know, it's been an incredibly interesting and busy semester. I'm going to start, as I always do, with some highlights, and then I want to touch briefly on the state budget and what we'll be thinking and working on this summer. Obviously, we are navigating a lot of uncertainty at the federal level, but I don't want us to walk out of here feeling sorry for ourselves or despairing. There is a lot of good things happening at the University of Rhode Island, and in many ways, we are, because of work that we've been doing in recent years, I think we're in a good position. So I do hope, though, that you read and share with your family and friends the op-ed in Science from last week. There is obviously a lot of visibility from certain schools, from Ivy League schools, Harvard, Cornell. uh, We hear from Columbia quite a bit, Pennsylvania, Yale, and so forth. Johns Hopkins also was quite highlighted, but it is all research universities in the US, including the publics, and we don't hear about it. And if you go into the details, you will see that the hits that we're taking are quite dramatic and remarkable. The United States, the greatest thing it brought to the world in so many different ways was the research university. I can tell you the Australians, the Canadians, the Swiss, the French, the Germans, they all want to imitate it and they would like to be able to reproduce it. One of the big advantages also of the US universities is that we invite very smart students to come, especially for graduate school, to come here, the best and the brightest, and we're making it very difficult. That's going to be where we're going to see the first really big impact. Students, those top students do have choices, and they'll end up going to, I don't know, Denmark, England, Switzerland, Canada, Australia, Japan, and so forth. So, but losing federal and state support has real human consequences, and we will feel it there. And I'll briefly touch on it at the end. There's also quite a bit of support that comes in the order of $110 million each year in Pell support for our students. And so for both undergraduate and graduate students, that's extremely important. And at public universities like the University of Rhode Island, where about a quarter of the students are Pell eligible, that is going to be a big impact. We're going to talk more about it this afternoon in the retreat with Michael Ledford from Lewis Burke. And so there are things that we can do. And I'm going to, at the end, maybe talk a little bit about what you as leaders in the Board of Trustees can do to support. So first of all, some highlights here on the year, and I'll begin with research. So for FY24, we secured 161 million total research awards. That's going up. We're going to have more actually this year, and I will like to also note that our faculty are submitting grants at a rate never before seen. There is definitely a slow return because program directors and so forth at the NSF and NIH have lost their jobs. There's a lot of uncertainty there. So our VP for research, Bethany Jenkins, can certainly speak to more about that. Enrollment is a highlight. And if you are out there, you'll see students doing orientation. Please greet the students. They're all, ready to go for next year. We continue to see year on year growth in applications. There are a lot of people across the university that have been responsible for really working on that, from faculty, staff, and I really want to highlight the provost and the provost team for really organizing and trying different things this year. And so we were, as you've heard me say before, we were in head-to-head competition with other land-grant schools like Michigan State, Purdue, Virginia Tech, Penn State, Ohio State, University of Maryland. And we continue to draw broadly across the United States. Again, some 30%, 30 plus, a third of our students are first generation students. Many, 30% will bring college credit. We'll have more than 320 talent development scholars. Transfers are also strong year over year. And so today we finished summer orientation. And so we should have about 500 new students out there with their family members. So last year, we just celebrated in May our commencement ceremonies. You see a picture there of Barb Wolf with one of our happy graduates. It was spectacular. I want to thank all members of the Board of Trustees who came, who participated, who gave talks, but your presence, very important. It brings distinction and to a special occasion. I want to talk a little bit about campus infrastructure. I'll show some pictures. So Abby Benson, our Vice President for Administration and Finance, was updating, and it was a very good conversation, I thought, yesterday with the facilities subcommittee. And you'll see, actually, if you go out, I was happy to see, it looks like the roof on the quad that's being repaired. But there's other things, including the Ocean Robotics Laboratory, athletics complex, fine arts. Just a little bit about this was Torbjorn can't be here today for personal reasons, but I do want to highlight that we continue to knock out certain KPIs in terms of getting more teams. Our baseball team really did a wonderful job this year. Our football team, first time 39 years, won the championship. The rowing team and the track and field team doing extremely well. So that was good. In terms of government relations, I'll give a little bit about the budget, but we saw an increase in state appropriations, and we also saw continued support in RICAP. And I will highlight a little bit just so that you're aware of what's happened over the last 4 years. The state has really stepped up to support the university. And so there's many celebrations, including a picture there from last week on Juneteenth that was really nicely organized by our Vice President for CED, Markeisha Miner, Michelle Fonts, our AVP, who was also really helping to support, but that continues to grow. That is the day actually before Juneteenth, we get together for that picnic. And then there's, of course, performances, lectures, alumni gatherings that are happening. And Mark Antonucci, who's our new VP for development and alumni relations, is really hit the ground running in these last 12 weeks. So a little bit about the state budget. And what I've done, normally I've shown you this curve and we convert everything to 2021 dollars and then you can see, but I just wanted to show you what were the numbers for each particular year. So I got these yesterday from Abby. So the state appropriation enacted, you'll see that on the right. And I wanted to go back a little bit. So, you know, let's see, I started in this time in fact, I was here for the first time 4 years ago. I remember meeting all of you then in person. And so at that point, the budget had been set by President Dave Dooley. But I'm grateful that year on year, we're seeing increases. And if you look back to compare to FY22, when I started, we've jumped about, 30 million there. So that's, in that sense, it's been an important investment. And I want to say that, as you all well know, we have really used those resources in very important ways. There were a lot of decisions, hard decisions, I can tell, that were made between 2008, the beginning of the recession, to earlier that involved cuts, squeezes, non-replacements, and that has real consequences. When I'm just thrilled when I look at Becky Hill, our Vice President for Human Resources, how we're able to now think about onboarding, welcoming people, how we're able to do things around facilities that we could never have thought of doing before. It would just be simply too difficult. And you just go across. We've been able to make, for the first time, and at least as far as I could tell, in the last 2 decades, increases in faculty hiring. And Barb has spoken about that, where we've actually seen, increase in student numbers, but we weren't able to increase the tenure track. So we've been able to increase there by some 50 faculty members. And so that's very important. I also want to show you, just to remind you, all know this, but let me remind you about what has happened each year. RICAP has been very important. And typically what had been going on, and because it gets a bit squeezed, I don't show previous years, but you'll see usually it came in for, and on the right-hand column, it's the appropriation. if you go back to FY '21, it was 2.5, it was 10 in FY '22. But then we really, in the last 4 years, were able to go into very specific asks. And so I still remember arriving here being told, Mark, we had to build this bigger pier. We need another 11 million. And, the state helped us. We were able to go after the Yes on One, so important for the Bay campus. But the state also picked up with the RICAP an extra 25 million. Why was that so important? Well, it allows us to really go after the Ocean Engineering Complex and a replacement to the Horn Building for Ocean Frontiers. So that was so important. There are other very crucial things in terms of fire protection that were coming up. So you see that was a big jump in that year. In the following year, Thorbjorn and colleagues were really pushing then on the athletic complex renewal, and we're starting to see it. It's a big deal. You change your baseball surface, which we did because of this, and it's a big deal for the team. And that investment, it doesn't go lost on the coaches, on the team, and you have a winning season. I'm not saying that it's only because of that, but it certainly helps. And so, this summer, there's going to be the start. I know you did the tour yesterday on the track at the end of this football season. Then there's going to be the new football fields. There's a lot of other related facilities. So that was important. The Fine Arts Center, I just want to remind, and this was Dominic Ruggiero who really stepped up to push for us from the Senate. When we came, we had gotten a general obligation bond. We were told we were down about 17 million at the time. I think we got 16 million here. There's still, things do go up in price, and so there was still a need. But I'm also really so grateful to the alums like Marion Howard Frank, who stepped up and made a sizable gift. And then we've had I don't think I can say their name. I'm looking over at Mark, so I won't say, no, he's shaking his head. But we have another colleague that has made a donation. So that was great. And then in the past year, and Abby can talk more about it, but we were able to not only get the asset protection, but for example, the PFAS removal. So we were able to go, we were safe by the quote unquote previous drinking water standards, which were at about 70 parts per trillion. And then it came down to 30. We were, somewhere around 33, 34. So we were then in quote unquote violation, but now it's not detectable. And that was done very quickly. And there was a whole transition. And then finally, this past year, I really, I feel good about that we're able to make an investment. So there's 15 million there on building envelopes. We have a lot of roofs. It's paced out over 5 years, so it'll be 3 million a year. So it's not all at once, but that's a key aspect. We have, when times are tricky, you don't keep the house up, and so we're slowly working out that. But I think we're making a good investment. On fundraising, I guess we debate whether or not to include the special shilling gift, but we are going to include it because I just want to talk about it briefly for a moment. The shilling gift is a game changer for the University of Rhode Island. It's going to be 100 students. It's so because it's over 4 years, it's going to be 25 students a year. We were able to recruit this year another 25 students that were absolute, top of their class in their high school. 10 of them are Rhode Islanders. We were able to keep 10 students that would have left Rhode Island, and then another 15 from across the country. And they come from everywhere. And it's just an interesting conversation. Hey, why did Jill go to University of Rhode Island? Let's look into the University of Rhode Island. This year, we were able to celebrate the graduates from the Ryan Scholars and the graduates from the Verrecchia Scholars. These students become leaders in their classes. I'm sure Ryan can talk more about it if he wants, but they become part of the life very much like Ryan is part of the life of the university. We had a couple of big fundraising days, including an athletics challenge. We've already set the date for this fall. We're going to do it broader. It's going to be the D1, but it's also going to be our competitive sports teams. And then in the spring, the last day of class, we had a Actually, it wasn't the last day of class. It was a week before the last day of class. So sorry about that. I goofed. But we brought in a lot of, almost 1,000 new donors, and that's how we get started. We're including, the students are starting to contribute, and you become part of the success of the university. So those were great. So again, warm welcome to Mark Antonucci as our new vice president. So I'm going to go quickly through several projects, but there is exciting times. If you go out to the Bay campus, you'll see the new Ocean Robotics Laboratory. This is a 32,000 square foot high bay lab. We're going to have a freshwater test tank. We'll have a very nice 10-ton bridge crane to be able to move instrumentation. And it's really around underwater robotics. It's an area of strength of the University of Rhode Island. Our largest grant is the joint one with University of Connecticut, an electric boat on undersea vehicle technology. This is important. And so there's an expectation for May 2026. I hope you'll all be there. I'm sure there's going to be lots of celebration and happiness as we cut the ribbon. And this is really, we continue to look forward to fundraising here, big opportunities, big naming opportunities within this facility. This is exciting. The Bay campus continues to really have a real refresh and really will be the crown jewel of the Northeast, not only Rhode Island, I would say. This is going to replace the Horn Laboratory. This is going to be a large building, 4,500 square feet. It's going to have lab and office space. It's going to be able to, it's going to be flexible space, and it's really going to allow us to compete for the best and the brightest of the faculty and the graduate students and the undergraduate students. It's going to be flexible space, and again, it's a mix of state bonds and private donations. And so again, I want to really warmly thank the voters of Rhode Island for their investment in the future of Rhode Island and the future of URI. So that's going on. The other one that's very
Time for the Bay campus.
yeah. So Abby,
2028.
Yeah. So that makes sense. You're already at design phase. In fact, these that I'm showing you are some of the beginnings of the designs. So in this particular case in ocean engineering, we're set up in a very nice way. We're getting this 100-meter tow tank. So we do have naval architecture, marine engineering that, we can test underwater facilities. We can tow, we can measure, friction and so forth. We can also set this up as wave tank. So for coastal resilience, it's important, to be able to simulate, but it's so important to be able to do controlled experiments to advance the engineering science. So that's extremely exciting. That's coming forward. Basically, when you're able to do experiments that allow you to see phenomena that you would not have known or understood otherwise, it really becomes a game changer. Those are the opportunities to really up. And so that just continues the reputation of the University of Rhode Island, and certainly our strengths in ocean and climate. So this is extremely exciting. And then on the Kingston campus, so this will open in spring 26, our Fine Arts Center. We're expecting that all Rhode Islanders will come to our campus, will see our theater. Remember, every year we put on 5, and I use the royal we, I don't do anything, I just go. But we have, from Shakespeare to Guys and Dolls musicals to just really, really talented students in our theater program, our music programs, our jazz program, our symphony. It's really world class. Please come in the beginning of October to our guitar and mandolin festivals, 10th year. It's actually going to be, it's all over Rhode Island, but it's housed here. Adam Levin is the prof who leads that effort. Our visual arts, our photography, our all that, our painting program, and you've heard from Travis, Prof, on the, looking at the use of AI and art in the future. I want to, say this has really been supported again by bonds, by RICAP, by the belief in the state of Rhode Island, in the University of Rhode Island, and those important private donations. And again, thank you to Mary and Howard Frank for their support and leadership. You heard yesterday from Abby Benson about our undergraduate housing. This is a game changer for the university. If Dean Labuti were here, he would remind you that this is actually one of the key cogs that helps students decide or not decide whether they're going to come to the University of Rhode Island. To add 1,100 new beds in apartment style residence halls for undergraduate students is a big deal. And so this is going to add housing, and it's going to bring us over 6,000 beds through 24 halls, 4 complexes. And what's nice is it's, and you heard yesterday from Armin Sabatoni, this is a private-public partnership where it's, we're working with Gil Bain Development. So Mike, you chaired this committee yesterday. It's with Armin. It's happening, and we're gonna, in 2 years' time, we're gonna have that. I was really happy this year. Remember, we were making the case for Yes on 2 for biomedical sciences building. I will remind that in the CBLS building and in the pharmacy buildings was squeezed in 2-3 labs where normally there's 1 lab group working. There's fundamental safety issues, but there's also just the ease of being able to work. If your instruments are left up in a brown box up there, you have to lift them down, unpack them, reset up, and then you have to go on to your next class, but you have to clean up before the next group comes in. This is going to be so important. We really had a need for modern wet lab capacity. We remember that we have more than 6,000 students at URI that are majoring at the undergraduate level alone in some aspect of the life sciences. I do that broadly. I include biomedical engineering, the neurosciences, and so forth. Having a facility like this is really a game changer for the University of Rhode Island. And it will really strengthen us as a Research One university. And, so the work on Alzheimer's, neuroscience, biomedical technology, it's all part of what's going on in Rhode Island with the Rhode Island Life Sciences Hub strategy. And so we play a key role. As you know, I report systematically on different KPIs. And this one I'm reporting on priority 3, which focuses on an inclusive culture, a welcoming culture to all to the University of Rhode Island. And so there's a picture from the Rainville Awards. That was a special day. And this actually, and for the, Ellen, I'm looking to you. This was the team competition, right? Yeah, so the Muslim Student Association, they were very, very pleased. They're led by a faculty member on the right from the pharmacy college. So they were pleased. So this is a little bit about, remember, and John has been helping with this, John Stringer, who's here. But when we looked at academic year 22 to today, we look at how our students, and so this is really comparing our students to the population at large in Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts. We have an overall 10-year target. You will see how we're moving. This really asks the question, if a person were to meet another person in campus in this particular category, would they be from a different, ethnic origin? And so you'll see that everything is going up. In fact, on the instructional staff, we're getting close. to our 10-year target, and, in other areas, we continue to have work to be done. So these were the time series. This is going back the last 10 years, so you get an idea that things are trending certainly in the best way. There are smart people everywhere. We want to make it very clear. University of Rhode Island is open and welcoming. And I feel, it's just as a general sense, there's a lot of pride in the University of Rhode Island. There's a lot of pride in the state. I feel it more and more. I've heard about the good old days when the state legislature, made special best wishes to a school up north, which we won't mention, but it's, it's clear. We are everywhere. The presence, our graduates are doing so great. And I just, as I get out and about, you just hear so much about, somebody's grandchildren at the university just having a great time here, opened up their opportunities. They became part of the international business or engineering program, so on and so forth. You'll hear all these good stories. So URI is good. Now, I want to talk a little bit about real life in what year is this? 2025. Things have changed for higher education. We have serious challenges, and I would say the future of the United States, to a certain extent, is really on the line here. We have, as a country and as a nation, become very strong because of the knowledge economy. We have attracted great leaders of all different companies. You start going across the line from Amazon to NVIDIA. These were the CEOs of these companies and the leading scientists and engineers in these companies. So many of them, Microsoft and so forth, came from overseas, came to study in the US at schools like URI, and are now leading, in really important ways in here. So we do have serious federal funding challenges. It's not only our research grants that are under assault. And again, let me just repeat, when you cut the National Science Foundation by 55%, when you tell them yesterday to get out of the building and go someplace else, we are destroying the thing that after World War II, when the NSF started in 1950, that really led to the strengthening and the growth of the United States after the Second War. So the cuts that could come to Pell eligible students, or the constraints that are going to come to them if we put, say, how many credits they have to be taking to get Pell. Our students also hold 1 or 2 jobs and to be able to come. So there's going to be real consequences here. There's another thing that's going on that we have been keeping an eye on, and we've been working hard. As you all know, in the last 8 years in the Northeast, there's been a decline in the number of high school graduates. This year was the peak for the entire United States. It's going to go down across the country from now on. You will see, and you will continue to see, articles written about universities having to shrink in size or collapse. We are a destination university. Students want to come here from the Midwest, from the South, from the far West, and of course from the Northeast. This is a really strong university. People like the fact that we are the #1 public in New England, that we are Research One, that people are investing in the university. The other thing to keep in mind, and Barb can talk more about it, we're certainly pushing hard on it, is around artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is changing how we're going forward. We want to use it to our best. The opportunities we are pushing, and we continue to push. One is around industry and government partnerships. So we are building strong partnerships. We have a number of small and larger companies in the state. We've Sandra Cano has been hired now as through the foundation as our Director of Industry and Corporate Relations. She's helping to make the connections with small companies, large companies. We're going to continue to build that partnership. There's a lot of things that are going fast in terms of graduate programs and online programs. people are losing their jobs, and they're also thinking about how do they pivot and maybe change their career direction. And so, the University of Rhode Island is a place where they can look. And then finally, out on the Bay campus, starting there, we can really build with the transformation that's happening. And so there's going to be, I'm looking at Bethany now, sort of really the growth of an innovation hub here that's going to take advantage. We're going to support, inside out, the early stage startups that are coming out of our labs with our graduate students and undergraduate students. And in the same way, we have the outside in, so we can attract companies to come to work with us on campus and to really partner up. We can be an attractor for the state of Rhode Island the same way that EPFL was an attractor to Western Switzerland of companies that wanted to come because they want to work with our faculty, they want to hire our students. So your voices, and so this is my ask or a suggestion, a gentle suggestion, is critical in telling Rhode Island's story. The people that you talk to on a day-to-day are so key. So please, help us continue to connect to potential partners. Tell us, your ideas around fundraising, where we can go, connections to foundations. Mark is opening the door now for me to be able to talk, and Barb, with a variety of foundations that we were not talking to before. So that's improving. But I want to just show you, I think this was yesterday morning, though it was published 7 days ago. I'm a little bit behind on my news, but I thought that this was a really nice article. And what jumped out at me when this came out was that this particular thing was signed by, and you'll see, Robert Crandall, American Airlines. Robert Crandall, who's Robert Crandall? Well, he's a URI grad, and he's been a substantial donor and supporter of the University of Rhode Island. And he put his name on this and he signed it. And so then I went and looked, and I saw that Margot Cook from Florida. But Margot, I was very glad to see that you had signed it. This is open for signing. If you can put the name of your organization that you're representing. Be quite frank, it doesn't help too much if you say you're on the Board of Trustees of the University of Rhode Island. We know that you support it. It's helpful if you say that you're from company X or industry Y. But this is important. I will do everything I can in terms of, being part of the discussion with all the university presidents and so forth, our colleagues, the provosts, the deans, they will all be making that case. We are talking, I met this week with a number of us, with the new director of the NIH, the Science and Technology Advisor to the White House. We have people, Kelvin Dromeyer, who's looking at the question around overhead and what that might look like in the future around F&A. It's going to change for certain. I think it's a very sensible way that particular group is looking at the overhead, but it's very important that we hear from other people. You need to hire good graduates. You need that continued infusion of new ideas that are coming from the universities. So much of what's happened in the US in terms of the research really starts at the universities. It's not going to happen. Of course, companies are going to do research and development, but it's particularly focused on solving their problem. A lot of the original ideas really come up. Where we are today in AI happened because of math departments and electrical engineering departments across the country contributing over many years to develop that. So your advocacy is so key. I want to, thank you all. As I said, this is not about doom and gloom. We have a lot of things to celebrate. These are challenging times, but we're going to, navigate here. We're going to go forward. So happy to answer any questions, but thank you again for your support and guidance.
Two questions. I think it might be helpful if there's so much work going on around capital projects across the campus. It might be kind of cool to look at what the incoming freshmen would see when they graduate. So when this graduating class that we're talking about now, what changes would be on the campus around hotels, dorms? And if you just looked at it in a 4-year scope, right, just say, it's pretty impressive. And I think sometimes we're looking at it piecemeal. We don't see what it would look like 4 years from now.
Yeah.
And the other question is, nothing's going to get done in Washington, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, unless you look at let's forget the whole DEI issue, but the economics of it. I mean, the reason the Medicare funding got put back in is because senators were talking about rural hospitals. And that's what made the move. We need to find a way to talk about the economic impact to state universities with these research cuts. I mean, the article's great, but we need to go down there and talk to them and have senators speak up about whatever side of the aisle they're on. This is what's going to happen to the University of Wyoming and Montana State and University of Rhode Island and Delaware, because of these research cuts. We need some numbers behind them. Because someone will say, well, we're cutting overhead, but you guys are getting 55% overhead, and, the Gates Foundation's only giving 15%. Why does the universities need 55? It's a fair question. I'm not saying which is right, but I mean, we have to have data that says, this is why we need it. This is what's going to happen with research, to your point. I mean, and some of it's hard to quantify, but every school's going down there saying the same thing. I don't know if we have an association of state universities that no one's crying over Harvard or Stanford with their endowments. We talked about it last night, right? They're saying, hey, you got enough money for research for the next 20 years with your endowment. That's not true here. And it's not true at other state schools. So I don't have an answer to it, but I think we should have people sit around a table, representatives from the state schools, to go down in a collective effort, unemotional, and just, these are the facts. And hopefully it would resonate, but we need something like that.
Yeah.
At least that's
I
my-
think it's multi-pronged. So,
Yeah.
for example, this week, there was a meeting of all the public and land grant universities with the presidents talking to both officials, and then everybody was scattered to go talk to their.
Do you have the message? It would be good to see what is the message that they're all saying. Because if they're all saying something about their own school.
No, that's a very good point. I will say that right now, where we really do need a step up is Mississippi State, Florida State, Georgia, Texas A&M to also stand up and to speak to it. So what was important was there were, university presidents from those schools that were, Tennessee and so forth, that were talking about it. The overhead issue, just very quickly, you're right. The foundations are going to have to step up. We can't, we've been carrying them with their 15%. And so that's, the Gates Foundation is 15%, and that's clearly being used against us. We do need industry now to stand up. We need, I'm sorry, but the universities have been pounding. I will show up. I will show them the report. We're going to, with Abby, do a new report on, for every dollar invested, we return $13 to the economy of Rhode Island.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying corporations have their own fights. They're trying to survive with trade imports. So they're not worried about the research at universities. I mean, they know it's going to impact.
But they're worried about hiring smart people.
I'm not.
And they're also worried about seeing, the infusion. The companies around here that are working on our capstone and senior design projects, they're the ones that we need to speak up, because our work is getting, picked up here.
Okay, I won't belabor it, but speak up and say what? That's what they need.
Yeah.
They don't know. You have to give them something that says, this is what the state universities are saying. They got their own, I mean, they're fighting their own fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not,
That's right.
we got to give them something to say. This is, hey, by the way, these companies that are domiciled in Rhode Island, this is what we're telling them. This is what research is, the cuts in research are causing to the university. This is what you should say to your senator, to blah, blah, blah. Sort.
I like what Tom is saying. It's also aggregating the impact
Right.
on the community
Right.
that these, like
It's the economic-
Rhode Island and every state that has state university, which is 50 of them, will be impacted by what happens at the public university. And so it's also figuring out what are the downstream economic impacts, and we can have a rough estimate, but
Exactly.
it's billions of dollars in lost revenue, lost jobs. And I mean, that to me is like the thing that the downstream impact, the multiplier effect of what these cuts mean. It's not just $1 of research. It's what happens when $1 of research spending goes away. And it's somehow we got to like have an aggregated number that gets out there, that gets people's attention, because that affects every single state. And so to your point about some of the states that are saying, hey, we're not going to partner with the blue states because we're walking down our own road, that aggregated economic impact is going to get somebody's attention. So I think it's, to Tom's point, it's like people will wake up when they see what the economic local impact is. And I think we could extrapolate some data and figure out what that storyline is.
Southeast states would be helpful.
Yep. Yep.
Go ahead, Bethany.
Yeah, thanks. One thing that we are taking advantage of is Rhode Island is an EPSCoR state, Wyoming, Mississippi. There's a lot of red states in the EPSCoR network, and I took a seat on the board of it's the experimental.
Or just what does it do?
Yeah, so it's states that have had traditionally less federal funding, both for NIH and NSF. So it's called EPSCoR IDEA. It's based on funding, and so it's also allowed us to compete in certain funding competitions that are not available to our neighbors in Massachusetts, for example. So that coalition, and I took a board seat on the coalition to really position ourselves as a bipartisan group of universities and states in that network that can work together. And so that is one place, just for your point, Tom, where I've been and the university's been leaning in, and Jack Reed has been a real supporter of that program. So our in-break grant comes from that funding. Our EPSCoR grants come from that funding. Mississippi, Wyoming, Oklahoma. There's a number of Western red states and Southern states that are EPSCoR jurisdictions. And so we are really trying to lean into working together with that coalition for those points. But I think the economic data is really important.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Matt, then Charlie.
Not to put a bunch of stuff on your plate, but just a suggestion, maybe it makes sense for the chairs of various board of trustees that the members of the Public and Land Grant Association talk and get together. And, I really think APLU should be running a campaign. When you log onto their website, there's nothing about the cuts. Like there should be a giant banner that says like state universities are under threat. And then like at like the DCA airport, when you fly in there should be ads up so that congressional members, when they come in, can to serve, they can see, this message that state universities are under attack. And APLU doesn't seem to be doing that. Maybe they are and I can't see it, but I do think there's value in that.
Can I just quickly so APLU, you are right, Matt, they are not so much the one that's doing this. They're more, if you will, convener and trying to have the conversation. So they're working that way. We are also a member of ACE, American Council on Education, and they are much more doing this. And so they're a little bit more aggressive, if you will. So, but you picked up on something important there. I mean, I do think that is something I had not thought about, is that, certainly we have the presidents, the provosts, the VPs, are teaming up. but I don't know if chairs of boards of trustees are teaming up on that.
I haven't seen that, but I'll look at it. Charlie?
Mark, first, we had a great tour yesterday, and it's always good to see things in person, even if, to visualize it, what's happening now, what will be coming forth. And I mentioned also to Ryan, and I want to follow up on what Tom said too, that developing some kind of promotional thing for a variety of sources, whether it's public policymakers at the State House so that they can see where their support's leading, whether it's to folks that we want to go after for foundation or grants or businesses, for, as Tom mentioned, for the students who are here now, but also prospective students that are coming in. Because when you see that, that creates a tremendous amount of energy, positive energy about the future of URI, which I think is helpful going forward. It shows that we're confident about ourselves and about the future. And I think it contrasts dramatically with some of the things we hear from other places, the woe is me, doom and gloom thing. And I think that's one thing that we can, build upon. Yep, we have some challenges, no question. We don't want to underplay those. But all of this activity going on is kind of like a virtuous cycle that says, we believe in URI in the future. And that's a place people want to come to and support. And secondly, on the issue of, how do we, sell higher education? I saw, we're talking now all these trade issues, and the president has, his calculus of who, if we have a deficit with one country or whatever else, whether you agree or disagree with that. Higher education as a business is one place where we have a huge trade surplus with the rest of the world. So it's bizarre in one way that, they're focusing on this thing economically, that they're now cutting away at that edge, which will, perhaps put us into a deficit situation in that respect with other countries in the world. So, maybe we look at it that way as well.
Two things, if I can, Charlie. So, and to Tom's earlier point, so for those of you who were on the facilities meeting yesterday, and Mike has been pushing on this for a long time. We have what I think now looks like a really exciting plan for the campus. It's a lot of, it really accentuates the beauty of our campus, including our location, through the Northwoods and so forth. But it's really, that promise for the future that you spoke about. So that's good. So that was a good, good discussion and presentation yesterday, but that we can build on. I do think you're right. I've heard numbers thrown around with, what it means to have the international students coming to the United States for the United States and then the propagation down. I do think that it would be useful for us. I think what you're all asking for is, could we, put a value on this? And then what's going to happen 5-10 years out to the United States when our economy continues to, suffer the consequences of this self-inflicted wound that we're doing right now. It's one thing if it's, global recession or if it's going to be COVID, but this is something where we're choosing to shoot ourselves in the foot.
Any other, Monica?
Day. So you talked about just some things we're doing different in terms of fundraising and connecting with foundations and things. Do you feel good that we're aggressively, so you talked about we have the date set for the athletic challenge, we do the day of giving. Do you feel good that we're making progress and aggressively promoting these things and trying to connect with people in advance to either re-engage them in the university, first-time donors, coming off of a great capital campaign? I just would love to hear the perspective of the momentum that we need to get, and how can we actively have people like, what's the save the date for the athletic challenge? Like, I don't know that. So any update on that?
Mark, come on up. So the short answer is yes, I feel much better. You have a colleague from West Cranston. Apparently West Cranston is very different to East Cranston. I didn't know there was a difference, but anyway, Mark has an accent from West Cranston, but Mark has been very positive. I think the team, the foundation team is incredibly energized. And what I appreciate is also the work that Mark has been doing with the provost and the deans to set serious goals now for this coming year in terms of fundraising, what we can do and really getting specific. So Mark, do you want to speak a little bit to this?
Yes, I think we're positioning ourselves to be more aggressive. I think we've been reactive. Since President Perlange became president, he's brought in over $200 million. The capital campaign over double the amount of time did $300 million. So you can see the momentum is with the university right now and what the university's strategic plan is. We are going to be more proactive. We didn't have a foundation strategy with the Gates Foundation and some of the big foundations that support higher education. We have that now. In the 12 weeks I've been here between the president and the provost, we've already had 4 serious conversations. Give me a couple of more months and we'll have even more. We have to do this, and I think we're going to talk about this more this afternoon as part of the retreat, but we have to really have an all-court press in terms of fundraising and advancement. So we have to get everybody into the tent, and every dollar counts regardless of where you are. But we also have to do the marketing of the university outside of Rhode Island. I think that's one of the biggest observations I've had coming from some of the 2 largest universities in the country is we don't really tell our story outside of Southern New England, and we kind of need to go on a national scale where we're playing with the big boys now. Per se, from an enrollment standpoint. So we need to tell that to the country and to these national organizations that support higher education. In addition, what I will say is one of the trends we're seeing in higher ed advancement is the research grants that are connected to private philanthropy are not getting cut. So that tells you something right there that you're getting an NSF grant and then you're going to X Foundation saying we would like to enhance what the government's already supporting, and those dollars are coincidentally not being touched. So part of the risk strategy is to bring in more private philanthropic dollars to enhance as many research projects as we're doing across the country. But you're going to see a much more proactive approach, and you're going to see more communications coming out, at least the foundation, on why URI, why now, why invest in us. People give to winning teams. We're a winning team here at the University of Rhode Island, and I think we just need to keep amplifying that message outwardly.
Good. We love it, Mark. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you, President Parlange. It was a really good report. Okay, we are going to go into executive session now for a bunch of topics, and I'm going to read through all of them, so bear with me. So may I have a motion that the board convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42465A1 for discussion regarding President Parlange's annual self-assessment and performance review and annual performance-based incentive. RIGL 42465A7 for discussion regarding a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, specifically the Tripp-Umbach report. RIGL 42465A2 for discussion regarding potential litigation, and RIGL 42465A7 for a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. And RIGL 42465A2 for discussion regarding collective bargaining with all bargaining units, including PSA, NEA, URI, Professional Staff Association, PTAA, Professional Technical Administration Association, PTF, part-time faculty, AAUP, American Association of University Professors, and GAU, NEARI, URI Graduate Assistants United. RIGL 42465A5 for discussion and action related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes or the disposition of publicly held property, and RIGL 42465A7 for discussion and action regarding a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds, which includes any investment plan or matter related thereto where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, specifically approval of the authority to complete negotiation of certain financial terms related to the development, construction, and financing of new university housing. President Perlange has been notified that discussion regarding his annual self-assessment will be conducted in executive session. There it is.
So moved.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, David. Um,
He did all.
Those are the specials for today. Okay. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, we will now convene into executive session, which will last approximately 90 minutes, after which we will convene into open session. The live stream will be paused during executive session and will resume once it is ended and the board reconvenes in open session. For those participating via WebEx, please confirm by saying yes that no other person is present and are able to hear the executive session discussion at the remote location.
Yes.
Thank you, Neil. If you do not automatically move into the breakout session, join the session when prompted on your computer screen by clicking Join Now.
Hello, you've reached Brian Corello. Not available right now, but if you.
I figured it was easier to talk than to text. You said they're on item D of the executive session or,
They just finished it.
okay. But discussion of real estate, you don't need to be in that either, do you?
Abby, they have, that is the NUH, and they haven't even called, Ellen into that discussion yet, so.
Okay.
Abby just said she would text me if she needed me to pop in.
So, reports of the committee's chair hasn't happened yet then, right?
That's after the executive session. They're gonna break for lunch between the two.
Oh, really? Okay, so,
Just found out.
oh, really? Okay, so we'll be a while before anything really happens for us.
Yeah, I mean, usually when they break for lunch, it's like 15 minutes, kind of get a lunch break in, as they start the meeting again, so.
Yeah, so I'm in the main Zoom link or WebEx link. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll just hang out. I'll see you later. All right, bye. Yeah, yeah. Just cleaning up my desk here. House, yeah, house stuff all over the place. Great, thanks so much, hon. That was a good meeting, though. Yeah, yeah. How old do you think he is? Yep. Hey, Mike.
Hey, you want to talk about Ryan for the, trustees meeting?
Oh, really?
I
Huh.
don't know if it's
Okay, so let's go to the executive committee. And then we'll come back to academic affairs. So the executive committee and the compensation subcommittee met on June 17th. And we met jointly to discuss the president's review and compensation as we discussed in executive session. The committee members voted to recommend that the board approve amendments to committee calendars, to liaison listing, as well as the tentative collective bargaining agreements, which we had a presentation on. And we will see those items listed in 5H through 5O in the omnibus vote. Does anyone have any questions or wish to discuss the recommended action items at this time? Or remove any items from the omnibus vote? Okay, good. One vote that I want to take separately that is not in the omnibus relates to the president's performance incentive, which we talked about in executive session. Just to remind those for they're listening publicly, the target performance incentive, as we've written into the president's contract, is to have a target of 15% of base salary for the contract year, with a range of 0 to 25%. And it's in the board's discretion to confer that award based on the goals that have been described beforehand and met. And as we talked about in depth, both the executive committee and at the board today. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve an annual performance-based incentive as we discussed in executive session.
So moved.
Thank you. Any discussion? There being no discussion, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go back to, is Charlie here? Okay, let's go to institutional risk. And I think Joe just got, do you know about this, Joe? There's a piece of paper in front, there's a piece of paper in front of you. Matt had to leave. And Robbie is doing something with his company today. So you've got the script in front of you as to what the risk committee discussed.
I've been there, Joe.
Madam Chair,
Where's the heat?
there is no hazing on the URI Board of Trustees.
Walda's going to give the report.
The IRRC committee met on the 18th of June. Vice President Abby Benson introduced Mike Johns from Clifton Larson Allen LLP, the firm who completes the university's external audit. Mike Johns provided an update to the committee on the plan for the annual audit, including the audit scope and process, the annual plan overview, and the issues related to governance. CLA also completes the university's federally required single audit. In addition to this update, Mr. Johns discussed the general uncertainty in the higher education sector, noting Moody's new negative outlook for the sector. Vice President Benson introduced Gabrielle Ferriello, the university's Chief Information Officer, who discussed the current state of cybersecurity at the university. Mr. Ferriello noted numerous gains in cybersecurity over the past years, particularly with reference to critical security domains, reduction in phishing risk, and faster response to incidents, stronger security posture aligned with the NIST, CMMC, and FERPA requirements, and an increased focus on resilience, governance, and scalable protections. CIO Ferriello also discussed the deployment of single sign-on for eCampus and metrics regarding email at the university, ITS training, and security incidents. Finally, the committee voted to recommend approval of proposed changes to the committee's calendar. And that is my report, Madam Chair.
You are quite the professional. Any questions? I was at that committee. That was a good summary. I don't think there was anything controversial unless I'm forgetting anything. Okay. Do we have Charlie? No. I'm just going to keep saying that. Okay, let's go to finance and facilities. Waldo's going to report.
The Finance and Facilities Committee met on June 26, 2025, yesterday, to discuss and take action on the following items. First off, I will mention, as we've discussed earlier, the agreement between the University of Rhode Island and the University of Rhode Island Foundation and Alumni Association agreement was not ready. We've all received now copies to review. We all received them last night of that agreement. And it will not be on the omnibus vote, but will be considered at the end of this report based on the Finance and Facilities Committee meeting. First item that we discussed yesterday, discussion items, was the comprehensive campus plan update. There was an enclosure in your filings. Abby, you want to talk just a little bit about that?
I do, and we have Sasaki here. I know we're short on time, but we have a couple of graphics we wanted to show, so I appreciate them being here virtually while they're pulling them up. Tyler Patrick, who's our principal from Sasaki. So we've been working on the comprehensive campus plan for the past year. You do have a detailed deck in your packet that gives you a sense of kind of where we are, the big picture, the big ideas coming out of the plan. Over the summer, Sasaki will be working to finish that plan and put a lot of the details behind it, like cost estimations for the proposed buildings, cost estimations for some of the landscape improvements, and really great detail to help us flesh out our capital improvement plan going forward. But we wanted to share just a couple of slides about reminding the board that the CCP is really meant to be a physical manifestation of our strategic plan. So that was, in the entire process, we've been thinking about our strategic plan, and then share some of the really exciting views of potential greenways on the campus and gathering spaces on the campus, including making one of our roads pedestrian friendly that goes through our housing district, and then also creating a greenway from the east to west campus from the quad down to Ellery Pond. So I'm going to turn it over just for these quick slides. Tyler, thanks for being here. I think we have now 4 minutes.
Okay, great. I'll keep it very, very short. Thank you all for joining today. As Abby mentioned, this is really about the strategic plan as the driver for the campus plan. And so we really want to see this as the physical manifestation of the strategic initiatives. We've developed a long-term framework plan. This is not a prescriptive plan. This is really a roadmap to guide investment. And so the different colored buildings suggest, as we have residential demand or academic demand or athletic recreation demand, we have a landing pad for that use. And so that it's really meant so that we don't preclude an opportunity by putting it on the wrong site. And so we've developed this framework plan to accommodate the variety of uses and starting to quantify the overall capacity, which is significant, over 8 million square feet of development capacity that the campus offers as infill without encroaching into our land assets. And these next 3 slides just give you a sense of the look and feel that we have for the future vision of the URI campus. This is the newly pedestrianized Butterfield Road, which is through the heart of the residential district. As you see, like accommodating a variety of different mobility types. It still would be maintained for service and emergency access, but on an everyday basis, a nice walking pedestrian-friendly path. This next image is through the center of that new residential district, looking down towards Ellery Pond, with new residential buildings flanking this central green space, which is also an accessible connection from Upper College Road all the way down to Ellery Pond. So this idea of a central green space that is accessible. And then lastly, a view from Ellery Pond looking back up towards that central green space with the sort of athletic complex behind us. You see the system of trails and pastoral landscapes. These can be used for running, for jogging, but also just a nice sort of sense of place to celebrate all of the great landscape assets that the campus has to offer. So we just wanted to give a little bit of a preview to not only the built form possibilities of the campus, but also the big ideas around how we can transform the sense of place on the campus, making this an integrated place for students, faculty, staff, and community members to enjoy. So with that, I will pause, stop sharing, and I'll turn it back over to Abby.
Yeah,
And
that's
Abby, you
great.
can,
Thank you.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, you do have a lot more in your packet. The goal is to bring the full plan to the board in September for approval. So if there are any questions for Tyler now, that's great. We also really want feedback. So feel free to reach out to me anytime and I can make sure that feedback gets into our planning team.
I think the big, this was really thoroughly discussed at the Finance and Facilities Committee, and we'll make sure that we have time at the September meeting to have a good, robust discussion so people really understand what this looks like. But one of the main points of feedback that Mike raised is that it's, and I know, Abby, you're working on this, but there's a lot of things we could do. And there's limited resources and limited time. And so it's really trying to figure out, what does the timeline look like that builds the most return upfront? Like, how do you find that optimal point between time and resources impact on the university? Like, what does that point on the graph look like? And how does that timeline lay out? So I know you're thinking about that. We talked about it last night, but I think that's going to be a really important part of this process.
yeah, and I wanted to mention that we're right now in that process of doing sort of cost estimating and project prioritization for the things that we know are demands today. And then again, this is a long-term framework that will support things that we don't foresee tomorrow, but we'll have a place to accommodate them in the future. But we will be working on a more detailed prioritization plan with cost estimates that we'll be able to share.
That's great.
Thank you. The next item that we discussed in the finance meeting is the URI Capital Improvement Plan for FY 2027, FY 2031. All that material is in your enclosures. This will be an action item that we will take a vote on. But Abby, you want to highlight some of the issues there?
The board saw this in April, and again, here for approval, we have to submit it to the state next month. So this is our 5-year capital improvement plan that going forward will be really fed by our comprehensive campus plan, which is exciting. So in your packet, there's a very detailed presentation that has a slide for all of our capital projects. So I encourage you to use that as a resource. We've also highlighted in the summary of new projects in blue some of the changes from what you saw in April, which primarily reflect the fact that we got our final appropriation and we did get some funding for campus accessibility and for building envelope improvements that the president mentioned earlier. For accessibility, we asked for 16.5 million and we got 7 million. For campus envelope improvements, we asked for 53 million and we got 15 million. So we are going to keep those higher numbers in our capital improvement plan and keep the ask going to see if we can get any additional support. We're obviously very grateful for what we got in the final appropriation. And then there were a few other projects that had slight budget changes, including 2 projects that had some gift funds that are now in the capital stack. We also had an update on Allen's Harbor bulkhead replacement, which is a new project on the SIP this year because we did do an advanced planning study. We had initially thought it would be $5 million. Our advanced planning study said 6.7, so we updated that. And then finally, there is an update to the Blue Tech Innovation Center, which has been sort of a hold on a line item on our SIP for many years because it was envisioned as one of the Innovation Campus Bond projects. We did just recently work with the URI Research Foundation, who applied for those Innovation Campus funds, and they were awarded $5.7 million for the Ocean Technology Innovation Center. We have matching funds that will support that project. So that's also on our CIP. So look forward to answering any questions you might have on that.
Hearing no questions, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the University of Rhode Island Capital Improvement Plan for FY 2027 and through FY 2031 as presented. Do I hear that as a motion? Monica, second? Second, thank you. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Thank you. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The motion carries. The next action item that we had discussed in the finance meeting was approval of certain documents relative to the development, construction, and financing of the new university housing and graduate housing. It's in your enclosures. I think we spoke about this already, Abby, but anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I'll just add that what we're seeking here is approval of 3 documents that URI is party to that are critical for this P3 moving forward. One is a ground lease, which is where we actually will lease the land to Provident, which is the 501c3 that will be managing this P3. The second is an affiliation agreement between the university and Provident, where it outlines each of our responsibilities for the project. And then the third is an interim management agreement. When the ground lease is executed, Provident will be leasing the graduate village, but we'll actually still have some students in there until the time that the students move out. We are going to manage it on behalf of Provident. So those are 3 agreements that we are party to. We're asking your approval on. And then there are 2 other agreements that are included for information, which are the turnkey development agreement between the single entity created by Gilbane, the development entity, and Provident. That is how basically saying what the developer is going to deliver to Provident, and then the project management agreement between Provident and Inwood Management, which is Gilbane's facility management organization, and they will be actually managing the facilities for us. So those are provided as information. There are a series of resolutions. If you saw, there's a lot of documents we provided you, but the resolutions really describe the structure of the project, and that's about a 7-page document. Just to summarize how this is going to be organized. But these agreements have been thoroughly vetted by our internal team. We also have P3 consultants and external counsel that have worked on lots of P3s around the country. So we feel very comfortable that they're in great shape. They're not finalized. We're asking you to approve the transaction and the documents. We still have some tweaks to finish that we expect to finish over the next month or so. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
You'll notice that in the enclosures, those documents are only about 200 pages in the enclosures. And thank God we have all our lawyers, which are advising us on it, and the good work that Abby and her team is doing. Any questions? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the project and authorize each authorized officer to execute development, construction, and financing of the 2 new on-campus undergraduate student housing communities and 1 on-campus graduate student and family housing community at the University of Rhode Island, and to execute documents and take action, all as further described in the enclosed resolutions. Do I hear that as a motion? Okay, first and a second. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? The motion carries. An additional action item is to speak about the transaction between the University of Rhode Island, URI Department of Environmental Management to use the W. Alton Jones campus. It's in your enclosure. Abby, you want to give an explanation on it?
Yeah, so as the board knows, we've been seeking ideas and proposals from entities to reopen the W. Alton Jones campus. We issued an RFI back in 2024, got several responses. We have vetted those responses and have been working with the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management on an agreement to allow them to manage and operate the Alton Jones campus on our behalf. That would exclude certain areas for research that's actively being conducted on the campus, would also exclude the Whispering Pines Conference Center, which would be reserved for URI or a third party, and also would really allow us to continue to have access for educational and research purposes in the future. We are very excited about this partnership because the RIDEM is really the steward of the state's natural resources. This is something they do. They manage large areas of land, even some that abut the Alton Jones campus. They're very interested in taking on the Environmental Education Center in particular that has some cabins for administrative use. They are interested in potentially collaborating with third parties for running day camps. They want to have public access to the campus, really allow us to reopen it and have it more available for the Rhode Island public. And we do feel that it's a mission-aligned partnership. One of the challenges for us is the campus was closed during the pandemic, but really was having some challenges financially with running the camp and the conference center. But you can't look at those things in a vacuum. Really, it's a 2,300 acre piece of land that has extensive forests that needs to be properly managed, and the facilities are aging. and they've been sitting unused for several years. So we're really excited to have a partner that's willing to invest in some of the critical infrastructure to make sure we can open that campus and help us manage the forests and the dams and be really good stewards of it and allow the public to have access again to W. Alton Jones. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
This is going to be a little controversial because we've had many people come before us asking us to reopen it in its past, for its past purposes. We talked about this publicly at the Finance Facilities Committee. But I think it's going to be important to have a good communication plan around this and maybe even potentially meet with the people that came in front of us several times. We even got a letter last night about it. And it doesn't preclude that DEM wouldn't do something like this in the future, or there might be some other way to have a camp. But it just, when we think about all the priorities of URI today and where we need to optimize our dollars and time, it just, there's so much work that would be needed to address this. And it just, it just isn't something we can be doing that potentially other entities can do. So I do think it'd be good, Abby, for us to make sure that we are in the best we can communicating why. It's not going to be, they're not going to be happy with the answer, but it's the right thing for the university.
Thank you very much. I did omit an important point, which is that it would be a 10-year lease with renewals at our discretion. So
I said this at the meeting, but I think it goes without saying, I'll say it again. DEM is a great partner, especially it relates to environmental education. If you look at all of their facilities that they manage throughout the state, they really are focused on making sure that they are environment first. I think in a land grant institution, but also with the priorities of the university, it aligns mission, vision, and value wise in ways that I think keeping it closed does not. And so I trust and know and would suggest that Terry Gray, the director of the DEM, come in front of this group and present their plans more formally. But I do know that the alignment of where we are focused as a land grant institution and what they are focused on is mutually aligned.
Yeah, thank you.
Monica, did you have anything? I wasn't sure. Any further discussion on this before I call for the motion? Okay. And by the way, as Margot said, the Finance Committee spent a good amount of time and hashed it out all different ways and came to the conclusion and recommended to the board it's in the best interest of the University of Rhode Island. The motion was as to approve an agreement regarding the use of portions of the W. Alton Jones campus at 401 Victory Highway, West Greenwich, Rhode Island, by the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management as presented on substantially the terms in the enclosed term sheet, that any authorized signatories defined in the policy on approval and execution of contracts or other binding documents be authorized to negotiate the terms of any documents relating to such transaction on substantially the terms in the enclosure, with any such changes and additional terms as are deemed necessary or appropriate by the authorized signatory. Do I hear that as a motion? I hear a second. Second. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. We don't have to take that last agreement up, but we do not, between the University of Rhode Island, right?
Yep.
The last one. So the last motion that we will have is the agreement that was consummated between us and the foundation. And Abby, you want to explain it?
Yeah, so what the board has received is a proposed one-year new memorandum of understanding between the URI and the URI Foundation. It's substantially on the same terms as our prior MOU. There are a couple of changes. One is really clarifying the new title and roles and responsibilities of the CEO of the URI Foundation and Alumni Engagement and Vice President for Advancement. That's different than the prior president of the foundation. The other is really just to affirm that URI and the foundation are going to work closely together to clarify policies and procedures around gift agreements and disbursements. And finally, there is a reduction in financial support from URI to the foundation. Because the campaign is concluded, there was an increase given to the foundation during the campaign. And as previously agreed upon, it's been reduced now. So this is a one-year MOU. And we are hoping for board approval and look forward to working with our new CEO of the foundation over the next year. And we'll come back with a new MOU that might be slightly altered, but this is where we are for right now.
Hey, Mark, are you okay with the MOU?
He's good, huh?
I have a question.
Yes.
We just saw this between the finance committee meeting. The 5.2 million we're giving, we went through this, we raised that, we did the capital campaign. Remember that? We got a stip and we had a tax on certain gifts but we still, the foundation's part of the university. What are the economics of the foundation? That 5.2 million contribution, where does that put the foundation? Losing money, making money? How does that work?
So it adjusts, and I welcome Mark to come up and be part of the discussion, but it essentially adjusts their operating budget. So that's operating support for the foundation.
5.2 is now covering the entire cost of the foundation.
No, there are additional costs.
Budget is enough now.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
We increased it for the capital campaign. Remember that? We increased the university part of it. I just don't know I haven't been on the foundation board.
Besides that, Margot's a hell of a negotiator. I still think it's fair. Go ahead, Mark.
So we're funded by three mechanisms. So we were funded by partially the 1.5% off the endowment, the 5% gift fee for the receipts that come in over the fiscal year, and then university support, which creates our $12 million overall operating budget. The reduction for the end of the campaign is fine by me. It's on me and my team to raise more cash on an annual basis and actually get to the point where the university shouldn't have to support the foundation from an operating expense. So that's just the funding mechanism that I inherited, and we're going to work on retooling over the next year or so.
Of course, it's 5.2. Of course, there's a lot more to run the foundation. I think I think that letter, I'm not sure it's clear, and definitely not clear in that letter. And this gift tax was quite controversial when we implemented it, because some of the donors said, why am I paying a gift tax, right? And so the foundation is part of the university. It's like we just spent $12 million. Hopefully you get a good return on it, of which we're contributing 5, and you've got other sources. So I just want to make sure that's worthy of, I think, discussion sometime at a board meeting, what that is, because it's 12 million, not 5.2. And the 5.2 is a contribution, and there's a gift tax in there, 5. And there's wasn't there another surcharge there?
So we take 5% off non-endowed gifts, and then we take 1.5% on endowed gifts to manage the endowment. We can look at the tax over time, but that's the funding mechanism to operate the foundation right now.
Okay.
The number of in-kind costs. So the university does provide in-kind services to support the foundation, IT, landscaping, rent for the buildings. So those are also included in the MOU, but they're provided by the university.
That's not included in the 12 million out there. I think the real cost to run the foundation is much higher than the 5.2.
Yep. It is. But there's other income that comes in there, Mike. Yeah.
From the gift tax we were on the foundation board. We put this in.
Fully loaded cost is close to probably 13 or something.
Yeah.
So the question, when we put the 5% gift tax in, we did an assessment, and Mark, you weren't here, but we looked at other foundations and what the percentages were. At some point, we should take a look at it again.
Yeah, that's useful feedback. I think in the future, we can make sure it's very clear what the total amount is and that this is the URI contribution.
But it's
Yearly contract?
Excuse me? It's an MOU.
Like, we want to get to a point where we agree on the economics and then we make it a multi-year contract so they know how to operate, they know what their budget is. But I think to Mark Antonucci's point, his experience is it ought to be self-perpetuating. And right now the university subsidizes it. So his effort is, let's get it to a point where they have their own self-sustain. But I do think, Mike, to your point, and this is my point earlier about the endowment, we need transparency with each other. And right now it's kind of a mystery to most board members how, except for the three of us probably, how this whole thing works, how the endowment works. And we're going to work to, yeah,
Going to raise a numerator, so the percentage will be less.
exactly. Right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's anyone's intentions, obviously, is to not fund it properly. So I'm going to call for the motion, but we're going to constantly look at it then, based on the discussion we just had. All right. Any further discussion? All right, I have a motion I have to read to approve the memorandum of understanding with the University of Rhode Island Foundation Alumni Engagement as recommended and presented, and that the board chair, president, and vice president of administration and finance are each individually authorized for and on behalf of the university and the board trustees to execute the memorandum of understanding as recommended and presented. Do I hear that as a motion? Do I hear a second? Okay, thank you. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries, Madam Chair. So,
Okay, well done. That's what I said. Okay, we're going to go back to academic affairs. Charlie has supported our campus tour, which we appreciated.
I'm sorry, I saw when Neil was here, I didn't know it, but as former lieutenant governor, I should be aware to be stepping in at any moment.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, well, now finally the committee's
got the
got
Bible
competent
still in the back of
leadership,
my
yeah.
car, but I haven't had to use it. No. I supported our university at the 40% discount there to get a couple of things. My apologies. The Academic Affairs and Research Committee met on June 17th. We had some great discussions from Provost Barbara Wolf and also Dean Labuti regarding the record, again, applications to the university this year. Record enrollment as well without having to go to our wait list, which I think is a notable accomplishment in this very difficult time. So I think, again, other great news for the university on a continued basis. We want to see that continued. So congratulations to our provost and to Dean Labuti and his excellent team for promoting the university as a vibrant place to come. We also took action on a number of items which are listed in the Omnibus Bill 5B through G, which include the establishment of several programs as well as granting of tenure to individuals. And we heard from Dr. Bethany Jenkins, Director of Research, on our research status. I'm going to ask her to speak briefly on that because it sets us up for our retreat after the formal meeting ends. But before I do that, does anybody have any other additional items or any item wish to be removed from the omnibus bill that we have discussed? If not, I'm going to ask Dr. Jenkins to make a brief presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. I'll keep it brief. Michelle, I did have some slides. I don't know if they can be pulled up. Okay. These slides are being presented as a kind of direct answer to some of the questions that were raised in our Academic Affairs and Research Committee, and also gives some of the numbers and metrics around research that I think will help set the context for Michael Ledford. So next slide, please. So just wanted to highlight, we continue to get awards from the National Science Foundation, and there's artificial intelligence is one of the priority areas of the new administration. We have early career faculty working in this area, receiving National Science Foundation Career Awards. So that's a real bright light. We also have faculty that are successful. We have a current oceanographer that got funding from the Schmidt Ocean Institute. We have an incoming professor in physics getting money from the Simons Foundation. So we're in a good position also with philanthropic foundations that fund research. Next slide. One of the big things I want to highlight that came up very briefly in President Parlange's presentation is that I want to thank the state of Rhode Island for our innovation campus dollars. We received 5.7 million very recently for an Ocean Technology Innovation Center. This is going to allow for URI startups to have a place to land in the area of ocean tech. We've been working very closely with Abby Benson's team and the URI Research Foundation to plan this project and what it will look like. So that will be another investment on the Bay campus for startup companies. Next slide. You heard the president say that we've submitted a record high proposals. This is our numbers as of yesterday. So all-time high in terms of proposals being submitted. So I really want to give the URI faculty kudos for not taking their feet off the gas pedal in a challenging transition in our federal government. So they are continuing to try and behave like we're the R1 institution that we are, and just really proud of those efforts. Next slide. This is our numbers as of yesterday of dollars coming in through all funding sources to the Division of Research. So these numbers will go up a little bit as we close out the fiscal year and include things like gifts for research that have come in through the URI Foundation. But we're at about 132.5 million as of close to the fiscal year end. And I know the next slide will tee up the questions that you might have. How does this compare? So this is our total funding through research and economic development in millions of FY25. You can see we're down from 24, given what you've heard about in the federal landscape. And you see that reflected in the column on the right, which is that decrease in federal funding that's been so important to us. Next slide. We've had the record high proposals when we kind of look at the last kind of section of this year from February to the end of May. We do see that decrease in new awards and a decrease in facilities and administrative costs or indirect costs. Next slide. So we're also seeing a very, very slow federal government in award making. Next slide. I've got a couple slides to cue that up. So you can see this is a bar graph by kind of dates proposals were submitted this year and millions of dollars. And you can see that the funding kind of came in before February and has slowed down greatly from February to current. Next slide. And you see the opposite with awards that are just hanging out in the system with no decision. So we've got more awards that moved from pending either to declined or to funded earlier in the year, and just kind of a backlog that's just hanging out in the agencies since February. Next slide. And you can see this is capitulated again. And, you know, we do try and we get some declines, and the decisions are being made again before February. So there's a real slowdown in our agencies that also impacts our funding. Next slide. This is the current status of terminated awards. And to President Parlange's point, we are at numbers that are as high or higher than some of our very large SEC universities. So, you know, this is a real hit to us. Next slide. Lastly, there's been a national movement to come up with a real cost basis for indirect costs led by this joint associations group that includes APLU, it includes AAU, Browns and AAU University, the Council on Government Research. I know President Parlange is very aware of this effort. We're supporting it and talking about it because it's based on data. Next slide. And then the new models, this is their criteria. So I'm going to end here, but just wanted to say that there's a movement counter to this 15% facilities and administrative or indirect rate that is been legally restricted for a number of agencies, and those are the lawsuits that we've been part of. So, you know, there's a goal to come up with a real model and a real cost accounting for research, and we're currently pressure testing that with Abby Benson's team at URI. So I'll end there, but I just wanted to set our landscape so that if Michael brought some of these things up, it provided us with some context. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. And that concludes the report of the Committee on Academic Affairs and Research.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I've been on the board of Rockefeller University for a long time, and we did lots of analysis, including at a board meeting a couple weeks ago. We looked at everybody in the faculty. It turns out that many of the faculty were really quite good and quite accomplished, couldn't write a grant if their life depended on it. So we a long time ago hired somebody just to do grants, just to do the technical stuff. And it's really, if you look at these grants, I'm sure you know, they're imposing. Like, in some of our best faculty got no money. Some other people with no. So we went on this process. We hired a couple of crackerjacks. Now this is getting to the point. Our grants success, which was always very high, went up a lot. We collect a lot of money. Now we're getting hit in the opposite direction. But we've seen 2 or 3 of these unbelievably qualified grant writers come on the market because of what the vote. We're thinking of hiring another one that we think will increase our productivity, because we couldn't have ever gotten. This person happened to raise like $1 billion of grants to Hopkins and others. So we're trying to think offensively in a very defensive kind of process. But the difference in faculty grant success was enormous. We've been tracking this now for like 15 years, and it's amazing the difference of success if we pairing the faculty with the grant writer. So
Yeah, so Michael, thank you so much. One of the strategic investments made by the university is we hired a very talented director of research development. So she's an associate vice president of research development that's been building a team so that particularly we can go after these very high dollar multi-investigator type of awards that come in with and align with our strategic priorities. So we're moving in that direction. We don't have a dedicated grant writer on staff per se right now, but we're building up a team.
I mean, to Mike's point, and we've talked about this before, especially at, well, even at private universities, but these positions are loosening up. And there are people that are becoming unemployed, that this might be an opportunity to invest in something even more aggressively, because you've got people that are on the market right now.
We've had a couple of big wins with Howard Hughes, not the NID, because, you know, there's shifting the money. And so it's something that it's like a real time you could buy the talent cheaper now because of what's going on to think about.
And maybe it's thinking about what would align with who Mark Antonucci is going after from a foundation standpoint, and what staff we're going to need to support those kind of asks of them.
Thank you.
Bethany, do we provide any seed money to investigators at all to see if they have a proof of concept before they submit?
We do, and that's been budgeted as part of my budget on an annual basis. And I've actually, put in a request to have that go up a little bit because it's such a tough time. And one of the new things that we've done with that seed money is seed collaborative groups to try to go after these larger proposals.
Okay. And are there hurdle rates the grant has to pass before it's submitted from a return standpoint for us? You know what I'm asking?
Yeah, I do know what you're asking. We haven't done any gating at that level. What we typically do is require that they work with one of our consultants in DC called the implementation group for a pre-review and a red team peer review before it's submitted.
Okay. Because some of them, just the URI doesn't pan out.
Right.
Coordination between foundation on grant writing or fundraising at all?
Yeah, that's really changing, Jay, and it started a little bit last year, but this is an area where we've got our teams much more aligned in that area, and I'm really excited for Mark's vision and leadership around that.
Okay. Any other questions of the academic affairs? Okay, thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to take the omnibus vote. And it addresses items 5A through 5Q. All of these items were reviewed at their respective committee, were discussed and approved at the committee level. And you've had an opportunity to read all of them if you weren't a participant in the committee through the enclosures. So, what's that?
Move it.
All right. I'm going to hold that. May I have an omnibus motion to approve agenda items 5A through 5Q as recommended and presented?
Move it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Any discussion? And as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. The last item before we get to the board retreat is a discussion item, and I'm going to ask Vice President Markeisha Minor, who is going to discuss with us the 2025 URI Annual Diversity Report, which was enclosed in our materials. And I'd ask, is Markeisha here? There we go. Thanks, Markeisha.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
You've had a full agenda, so I'll try to be brief. So annually, the state legislature requires this report. And why do we do it? Why does it matter? Because it connects to our land grant mission and our assessment of our fulfillment of that mission. So as I shared with the Academic Affairs and Research Committee, I'm focused on increasing our capacity to deliver that mission, to fulfill the Focus URI strategic vision, and our foundational values and goals. So we've hired some key positions. The president talked to you earlier about our cabinet level positions. We've also hired our first Title IX coordinator, our first full-time person in that role in the university's history, the first coordinator for the Military and Veteran Education Center, as well as a director for community and organizational development to help us with training and our expectations of one another in community. So that helps us to fulfill not only, again, our expectations of one another in community, but our civil rights and compliance obligations. We've also been focused on advancing access and opportunity. It's not just the land grant mission, it's the land grant mandate. The Morrill Act of 1862 required its beneficiaries to diversify and expand their curriculum to include agricultural and mechanical arts, for example, to support rural communities by dedicating research to address their issues, and to allocate resources to outreach and to cooperative extension. So consistent with that land grant mission, URI provides equal access to education and to employment. And the composition of our students, faculty, and staff reflects continued progress in that regard. I had just one slide. If we have that, we can pull it up. But if not, the president talked about this earlier, but I think it's important here in Rhode Island to reiterate the Pell Grant impact, right? You heard the numbers for our students. It's significant. We have over 3,400 students who receive Pell Grant, and indicating our commitment to supporting those with the greatest financial need and our commitment to socioeconomic diversity. And of course, we know in Rhode Island, but everybody should know that the grant is named for our former Senator Claiborne Pell, right? And we have a picture of the bridge there named for him as well. The next photo shows a variety of symbols indicating accessibility, including service and support from closed captioning, which those who are accessing this meeting remotely may be using now, wheelchair access, even quieter spaces for those neurodiverse students. And as I reported last year, this population continues to grow. This year, 2,400 plus students are registered with the Office of Disability Access and Inclusion to receive accommodations. The next symbol you see, we're proud that our Military and Veteran Education Center has displayed on its website and has again secured status as URI has secured status as a top 10 military-friendly university for the second year in a row, and for the first time designation as a military spouse-friendly school, acknowledging our collaborative effort across many, many departments and divisions to support our veteran and military connected students and families. And of course, the last picture highlighting our talent development program. Since 1968, we have reached over 5,000 URI students and alumni who are participants in that program, supporting high school students from Rhode Island with college potential who become proud Rams and proud members of TD Nation. And of course, this past fall, we welcomed our most diverse class ever. 29% of the entering class are the first in their family, like many of us in this room, to earn a college degree. And 27% are from racially and ethnically underrepresented backgrounds. So again, why does this matter? Our students' unique contributions transform our campuses here at the University of Rhode Island, and in turn, as a result of their URI education, they transform communities here in this state and beyond. So we've talked about our compliance and civil rights obligations, equity. We've talked about our composition and representation, diversity, and now let's talk about inclusion, which we measure through retention and belonging. So two initiatives that we launched this year in partnership with Enrollment Services. We reached out to 1,250 students who were upper level students we were expecting to continue, who had not yet registered for their spring courses. As a result of that personalized outreach, again, a partnership across several departments, 96% of those students were retained and remain University of Rhode Island students. For belonging this fall, John Stringer's in the room with Institutional Research's support and huge lift. We launched a SNAP climate survey. Thanks to many of you in the room and on the screen for your input in those brief questions to just get a sense of where we are. We wanted to reestablish a baseline. The response rate was not high enough to do that, but we believe in pilots and we will relaunch that again. But the questions were about overall experience here at URI, sense of belonging, net promoter score, likelihood of recommending the university to others, knowledge of support resources, knowing where to report concerning conduct. So we are socializing those results with our community now and looking forward to rolling them out to the public and to the entire campus before we return this fall. So we've made a lot of progress through data-informed, evidence-based efforts such as this annual report, and we continue to identify areas for improvement. But as I've said many times this year, our mission as a public land-grant flagship research university to serve and support all learners has not changed. Our foundational values to respect the rights and dignity of all has not changed. And our strategic vision to foster an inclusive, people-centered culture has not changed. We are the #1 public research university in New England precisely because of our commitment to inclusion. And we thank you for your ongoing support. So happy to take any questions or let you return to your packed agenda.
Thank you. I would just add that Markeisha ran the committee through all the new regulations, and we had a good discussion. It's a challenging environment, and I think we're doing a really good job of staying consistent with our values while also navigating this new environment. So I appreciate that. Good. Okay. So that is that's the conclusion of the formal board meeting. We're going to go next to the board retreat, and Courtney's going to walk us through a lot of this. But before we get going into this, I wanted to point out that one of our board members, Bob Wagan, who we all know very well, He submitted his resignation about a month ago, citing health reasons, unfortunately, and feeling like he couldn't fulfill his obligation here, which I respect. But I just wanted to really call out that Bob, if there was an event at this university, Bob was there. He was really consistent about showing up. Joe, you know that because you're at a lot of our events. But Bob was really good about showing his support for the university. I know he was sort of a quiet member of this group, but he was an advocate. And I know he advocated for us, for the board, for the university in so many different venues. He's had a lifetime of service to the state. And so I just wanted to acknowledge his good work and appreciation for the years that he spent on this board. So before we kick in and I hand it over to Courtney, this is a really important conversation, and we're a little bit behind schedule, but we have plenty of time to talk this through, where it's really healthy for boards to take, some time once a year and figure out if the practices that we have engaged in are those that are most effective for the institution that we represent. And I think this board actually runs really well, and it's all because of you, because you show up prepared, you show up with good questions. I think every single person around this room understands their role is to guide the university and not to manage the university. And I think, to Mark, to your earlier point about the relationship between a board and its leader and its CEO or president is usually driven by the fact that the board knows its role and the CEO and president knows their role. And when the two get like mixed up, it doesn't work well. So I think we've done a good job of that. But I think one of the things that I've observed over the last few years is that I think we do a good job of asking hard questions, because that's really our job, is to try to help the leadership team see around corners that in their daily life, and we all know this as having been in our, whatever we did in our careers, you get caught up in your daily life of figuring out, like, what do I have to do right now and tomorrow, instead of what do I have to do that affects a year and 3 and 5 and 10 years from now. I think that's a job that we've been able to do well. But I think we could probably do more of that, where we almost stop the team and say, hey, have you thought about this? Or let's look around the corner on this. And I think all of us thinking about it that way and contributing in that way. And it could be a message to Mark or to me, or it could be right here in our meetings. But I think we have a bunch of really critical decisions in front of us the next year, 2 years, that are going to affect the university for the next many years. And so I think really understanding what our role is there is going to be important to the success of the university. So I think we're doing well, but I invite Courtney's discussion with us so that we can make sure that the practices can evolve from here.
Thank you. And, many did in the board assessment. I want to thank the majority, 92% of our board completed the board assessment, self-assessment. So thank you. And many did consider that URI board is one of the most effective boards that they're engaged in. So I really appreciate that feedback. Also, a lot of kudos for our leadership. So Margot and Armand, as well as Mark, for really, I think we need to be reminded this is a 5-year-old board. And I think all too often we get into the thick of it and forget that this is a 5-year-old board. And so there's a couple of things that resonated through the self-assessment I just wanted to share, and then we'll open it up for anything that might be missing. There's definitely a garnered interest in additional involvement outside of board meetings, whether that is virtual for our folks who are out of state or in person. And I see many of you at events, but I think that there's an opportunity for even more, and I'll share a little bit about what we're doing in a second. Their desire for board members to be better connected or better share their professional experience with their board work. So marrying that expertise with opportunities to continue to contribute, ask those curiosity questions, etc. More space to drill down on specific topics. I know for my own board that's been at United Way, that's been of interest, and we've had to do kind of side meetings or optional meetings where we've opened up on specific topics. So it might be something for us to consider, especially as we're making these really critical decisions over the course of the next few months. More opportunities to connect with students, faculty, and staff, and then strengthening board communications in between meetings. And so wanted to share that the governance committee has taken up kind of 2 areas of focus within those items. One is around board communication and one is on board engagement. On the board communication side, we had heard loud and clear from many board members that there was a need for us to be a bit more proactive with communications when things are either going to hit the media or there were things that many of us were being prompted or asked questions about. And it could be as easy as an email, hey, you need to know this is coming. These are the 2 or 3 pieces of key information or messages that you need to know. And so in those, in that feedback from folks, we also heard that while we really appreciate the fact that Michelle sends 22 text messages to 22 of us, when something happens, there's other tools that we could be using to send push notifications to let us know that there might be something in our URI email box. And so how do we do that better? And so we're thinking about what options may be available to us by also honoring the fact that we do have open meeting requirements of us as an organization. So we're working through the details there. Many have shared that Rhody Today is a great resource. And so thank you for that. And Matt McDonald, I think, does an extraordinary job and his team. But there's also things that are specific to what the board needs to know. And so our thought is potentially if there's tools like a tool called Remind that actually sends a push notification to us saying, hey, board, check your URI email. Because I know it is not the top thing that I do every day is check my URI email because there's about 4 other email that I'm managing, right? So how can we make it easier understanding that this is not your day job as much as possible? And so that is one area that I wanted to share around board communications. If you know or have other models or methods that have worked really well in other boards that you have served on, please by all means let us know. We want to hear it. And then the other area was around board engagement. So we did send an engagement form out to trustees to collect information around engagement opportunities. And you all had great ideas. And so we're going to distill all those ideas. There's 12 different themes. I am not going to go into all 12 of them today, but we're going to distill those and offer out kind of a suite of various different opportunities that may be available to you. So I want to stop there. That was the main stuff that we got out of the self-assessment. I will say everything was pretty comparable to years prior. So continue trucking through, I think, is what the key theme was on that. But any other feedback, any thoughts, anything that we as a board should be and could be doing differently?
Echo the call out to Matt and the communications team. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. I mean, we went from 1 to 9.5. You're not 10 yet, but you're close. It's amazing that I mean, I learned so much information from it that I didn't know, and then we can communicate it to others. And then just the raising the level of awareness and in the state, and then I think the point someone made earlier about nationally, how we expand that because we're a national player now. But I think we don't congratulate people enough, maybe, but great job. Right. Yeah. Well, it's working. I mean, it's going to help everything. It's going to help development money. It's going to help state money. It's all good. People feel better about it. And the fact that we're number 1, I remember having discussions around this group about, your predecessor about, well, we don't really think rankings are important. And, it's a political game and the faculty really doesn't like it. A lot of people shouting number 1 in New England. So it's important, whether we like it or not, it's important.
And I've heard that that very thing out of our speaker, out of our governor, et cetera. So it is a point of pride for certain. Any additional feedback on board governance, board operations?
I mean, one thing that I notice, and frankly, this is an issue I'm on a few other boards.
Yeah.
It's the same thing there. So, and it's up to me and a few of us to try to figure this out. But I think for me, the agenda is dense.
Yes.
And there's some things we just have to get to. But I also think that if we trust our committee structure, we could push more down to the committees and really make sure that the things that are strategic stand out. Because I think we could have longer, more in-depth discussions about a few things and push more of this stuff to committees. We have good discussions at the committees too, but trust that the committees are doing what they're supposed to be doing, raising up what they need to the board. So that's going to be my sort of concerted effort going forward, is to try to figure that out, because and part of this is when you are in the role of running the meeting, you always feel like you're behind. But there are some really good discussions that we could go further on, that I feel like we have to stop because we
Yeah.
have to get to the next thing. So that's something I'm going to try to work on.
No, it's a great one. Any other feedback?
Question.
Yep.
Excuse me. So it seems like there'll be an opening on the board. Is there a process for filling board seats? I'm kind of in a statutory role, so I haven't really paid attention to that, but.
Yeah, so Courtney has had lots of discussions at the governance committee about a pipeline. So we have a list of names that we would like to be on the board. There is one particular person that we have in mind that I presented to the governor. It's the governor's choice, and then it goes in front of the Senate for affirmation. So the way an open spot works is somebody can take that spot without Senate confirmation until that term runs out. So I'm in that discussion with the governor right now.
Thank you. Say again?
Do we have representation on the,
Not at the moment.
do you think that's worthwhile given discussion before? Not, someone, you and David are on that
Yeah,
board, right?
We have discussed it at the Board of Ed. We have discussed having URI representation on the board, and something that we would be open to having further conversation about.
I think actually the chair of this board is an ex officio member of your board. But I haven't attended. But we can talk about it. I went when Barbara was the chair. I went to a bunch of those meetings. We can talk about it.
That's the Board of Ed versus the post-secondary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Board of Ed. Yep.
Yeah, so maybe it was your board.
Yes,
Yeah.
department.
So it was whatever Barbara represented.
Yep.
Yeah, it's me.
Department of Ed. Yep.
I'm Barbara.
Mark, I'd be curious, are you getting what you need from the board to talk a little bit about that? What areas to Margot's point about going narrower and deeper in some impactful issues, that we're not running the day-to-day, and some of the committee issues are perfunctory and some aren't, but we could tee those up, or a committee could see if there's something that's a big issue, then let's put it on a discussion for the whole board and go deep in it. So are you getting what you need from us? I know Margot and Armin are doing a great job for you, but.
Yeah, so I would say the committees, some of them are doing, really great. I see Neil up there, I appreciate the academic and research committee. Yesterday, we had facilities and finance with Armin and Abby, those were, and I felt like everybody who was on the committee came prepared and they had something to say. So, the only thing I would encourage is for all the committees, some have more meetings, but, for example, we are entering a time of risk. And so, it's very important the risk committee be very engaged right now. I would say, if I'm looking forward to the next 1 to 3 years, that's so important. And And Markeisha, mentioned, we had a number of new colleagues. Abby mentioned a number of new colleagues. So we take, I want to say one thing. The University of Rhode Island, vice presidents, provost, and president, we take this very seriously, the board. We prepare a lot in great detail. So it's important. And so we're just grateful for you taking the time ahead of time, I know, to really read and study. And so we appreciate your questions and
Well,
comments.
to that point, some boards we've all been on, we've reduced the number of meetings because of the preparation, or changed the meeting cadence because it was right before earnings and the team was working on earnings. So the question is the cadence right for you? The number of meetings? Are we required to have, we're required to have a set?
So we've completely remodeled all of the meeting structure and the cadence of all the meetings within the last year.
Yeah.
So under Alyssa's leadership. And so we're definitely have some groups that are meeting at a different time based on what the
Right.
needs are and what the charters require, et cetera, et
The
cetera.
committee meetings, I know, I'm thinking about the board meetings in preparation, I guess for both, I guess. For
Yeah,
both,
yep.
I
Yeah.
think,
Meeting schedule is actually driven by the university.
Yep.
So for example, this meeting, like each meeting has a purpose to it.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's a budget, sometimes it's awarding,
Degrees.
degrees, right? Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
Right.
okay.
But we are constantly looking at that to make sure, is everything meeting muster right now?
We could certainly look at our committee. I mean, our committee is, where is she?
it's a good committee, though.
It's a student affairs and athletic. We very rarely have resolutions. It's more of an FYI. If we're going to discuss it, we discuss it in here. So we should think about that. It seems odd not to have it. But on the other hand, it's not a lot of heavy lifting. And maybe we could divvy it up some other way because it's more of an FYI. I mean, Thor tells us, but he could report to the whole board. We don't,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? We don't need it. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't think we brought a resolution in. Because there's really nothing to vote. We look at, I mean, talking about dorms and we talk about the new dorms that are coming on. So it may be a little work for the team to put it on. And maybe I'm not sure we need it.
We can look into that, yeah.
I mean, it's a place where we have deeper dives into the
We've
specific
cut down the
topics,
number.
but
Yeah.
we're doing a lot less.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's better, but I don't know. We should look at it.
Less meetings is better.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting idea where in that case, it may be that those topics do need to be at the board.
Right.
Like NIL and athletics and
Right.
student life. Whereas maybe like a finance and facilities committee needs a few more board members because there's such rich stuff
Right.
there.
Think about that.
Yeah, because right now it's hard, like when I take a look at the spreadsheet of how to distribute
Yeah.
committee members, I'm trying to have two committees per board member, but it's, not all the board members vote and it gets a little tricky to distribute people the right way. So that's something to think about.
Yep, we can look into that. Any other thoughts, feedback? All right, so annually we do a statement of expectations. This is something that we ask every board member to sign. It usually comes to you right after the 4th of July holiday. It was an attachment that was given in this packet. No major changes that were added to it other than our KPIs were embedded within the statement of expectations document. So this is the document that we ask that you say you understand you have a fiduciary responsibility. You also will personally support financially the university, et cetera, et cetera. So any questions or comments or concerns on that document? Okay, so we'll move forward with that. I do suggest that you take a look at the KPIs. We are making some progress, but we've got some work to do, and it's specifically in the areas that we talked about earlier around board engagement and board communication. So more to come. Finally, I just want to say thank you to Michelle. She keeps all of us running in the right direction, and specifically all the governance work. So I want to say thank you for that.
You're here.
What's that?
What are we going to do about Michelle?
What you reminded me of, I don't know how the committee structures, right? I think, most of the boards we're all on, a lot of work gets done in the committee, right? In the committee reports, but it's gotta be, just like I feel we have to prioritize this plan. We used, like, the medical school, I'm not an expert in that. I couldn't figure out what I would do based on that report today. I didn't know whether I'm for or against it. It's a good idea, a bad idea, I personally. So we're not voting on it, so we just expose the board to it. But if that was gonna be, that's a huge decision, right? So if that was gonna be something we did, I want that meeting to be dedicated to that.
Yeah.
And I think what we do is we have so much, there's a lot in the facilities committee, like that plan, we're spending a lot of money on, not only because we're building, we really should have a lot of focus and people buy into that and prioritize that. That'll foster strategic prioritization. That should be a part of the meeting. And I feel we get everyone, and I've been in your spot, you're running your watch, you're running behind. It's almost impossible to do in a normal course. So somehow prioritizing and structuring it so we have enough time for the things that really matter. I feel we do a lot of process stuff on this board and
Yeah.
part of this, the open thing, the committee meetings and readings, we've gotten better. But I feel like there's not enough substantive conversation on the critical things that matter. And
Yeah.
for me, part of it is condensing the time frame on all the stuff that we do. These things take so long that
Yeah.
one of the things
We've evolved, right? We have the omnibus vote. We've tried to,
it's much better.
we try to consolidate. I do think it would be tough to try to pack in exactly what we want to do all in this meeting and still do our governing duties at the same time. There is ways that we could potentially have or invite folks that are not on, say, the finance committee to come in when we know there's a topic that needs to be, additional feedback, or folks need to be prepared to come in to hear with more information. We can record it. I think that there's a number of ways we could do it, but I worry a little bit about the time constraints we have in this room together.
Me too.
Yeah.
We can take it offline, but at the K-12 Council, we found a way to tackle some of the bigger subjects offline so that when people came to this meeting or to the board meeting monthly, that it wasn't, that they already had an opportunity to ask questions and do some things. We can talk
Great.
Can share some best practice.
I'm guessing it's probably similar to how we do it at United Way, but yeah, we'd love to talk about it. Yep. All right. Anything else? Neil?
Yeah, I really like Mike's point on a couple of things. I mean, the med school is a topic that doesn't fit in any one committee. I mean, that is a committee of the whole kind of issue. And that may be the way we want to handle it. Another one that Mark mentioned briefly in his presentation that I think is going to have an extraordinary effect on higher education is AI, and how AI is going to transform much of everything that the university does. So, I mean, we might want to give a little bit of thought to, what body would it be? An executive committee that identifies some of those really life-altering decisions for the institution and decides how best to deal with them. I think this board would handle a committee of the whole approach beautifully, frankly, but there may be other ways to do it.
Agreed.
Agenda of our board meeting have to always have, does it have to be specifically structured? Do we have to hit certain things? And the point of that comment really is, if we can have, I don't know if we have to have more board meetings, I'm not suggesting that, but one meeting focuses on the topic at hand or a thing that's really major, and just focus sort of that one meeting on that one thing. And then the next meeting, we can take care of committee reports and other things that have to be voted on. I don't know if other boards do that. Makes sense.
This board, of all the boards I've ever been on, has more administrative stuff than I've ever seen. And it seems like a lot of it's required because you need a lot of board votes on, again, all the things we just listed. But I think the trick is to isolate a few more strategic ideas. Like, we have a lot of stuff that we talk about at a meeting. We don't have to talk about every single topic. There's some some administrative stuff we have to do. But I think it's really narrowing in on, 2 or 3 strategic discussions, instead of having 7. And I think at some point, we should be talking about whether we need a subcommittee on the medical school. Because
Question.
it's going to be a very big decision for us. And I don't think I've been exposed to a lot of it because we sit on the commission, and we talk about it a lot, but I don't think the board knows enough yet about what it is in order to make a decision. Even if we had 2 more of those discussions, we still wouldn't get there. So I think we have to figure out, there's 1 or 2 topics like the master plan and real estate. That's a big deal. And this medical school. I think we have to figure out how to take those maybe into a different, either create the space here and put other stuff, force it down to committees, or figure out how do we really isolate to 2 or 3 topics. But it gets, I mean, frankly, we do it already. We're like, no, 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 put that on. So I think we just have to get a little fiercer at it.
Who on this board is driving the medical school? Like, as I see this as a reaction to the people in the state, I'm not saying it's a good or bad, I don't know enough to know if it's a good or bad idea.
I think that Mark is supportive. I think Barb is supportive. And I think
You got-
Armand and I, sitting on the commission, we absolutely see the need.
Well, then it's worth really diving into it then.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we gotta have that meeting with our partner, which is the General Assembly. We have to have that meeting first and then have a full meeting just for that, after they tell us what is their commitment.
One of the bigger constraints of time in these meetings is because they're open session. We do a lot of reading of stuff that is different than any other board requirement, and different than anything, even in the, your United Way, Courtney, you're not doing a lot of that stuff. So I think it's just knowing that that's part of it. And it's going to take time, but I think we could get better at isolating what the strategic topics are.
Yep.
Redundancy between the committee meetings and the full meetings. In terms of like hearing Dean Labooty give a talk at the committee meeting, then hearing the exact same talk. And then I went to the faculty senate and I heard the same talk. I always like listening to Dean Labooty, but it just seems like maybe there's a way to distribute that. So it's one or the other. So, committee members aren't hearing the same thing.
I'm thinking how the committee is structured.
Sit in every one.
Yeah, you've heard it.
We hear
Heard it, yeah.
double, which is okay, but one way to do it is everybody's got their enclosures of everything we discussed in every committee meeting. The question is it enough to say, do you have the ones that are not on that particular committee to say, after reading the enclosures, do you have any questions at all? Because if not, we've already recommended by the committee after a thorough exhaustion of an explanation of everything. That's one way of doing it. And not shutting out any other trustee.
We don't have enough time, like, if you said, to approve the Gilbane deal, right? I think that's something that committee can handle. But if you look at the master plan, nobody can, like, everyone said, what about that? What about that? The comments that Margot had at the committee meeting were really good. What are we gonna do with that? How are we gonna do it? But the way, we don't get the benefit. It's a quick report, 5 minutes, and we don't get the benefit of any interaction. Nobody learned anything on that. And that's a really important thing. So I just somehow delineating the time pressures that we have and focusing on the key strategic items.
And I think Margot kind of answered that by saying that, look, we're a mature board now. We've seen a lot of different things. We know what's coming. There's very little curveballs that are coming. So the more important things, like, I feel we're right on the end here of accomplishing what we need in buildings and facilities to grow the university, we need to do a deep dive on that right away, because we have opportunities out there with developers and money people that we need to have more meetings on things like that and other things. Everything is important with the university, but other things that we've got that we do a deeper dive in a meeting on that. Because we're close, by the way. We just need to have these meetings.
The chair and the vice chair and the president and the committee chairs to tee up an issue that needs discussion with the entire board. The other perfunctory issues in committees can just be what you said. Send it out to the members of the board. They read it. If they have any issues, fine.
Reach out.
But
Yeah.
the facility plan and the 5-year plan, that should be a broader discussion.
I think
Right? So,
we can change.
but the
the
other
committee
stuff that you
structure.
can just check off, we should just maybe do what you said, Armin, and just send it, and we don't have to have the reports. And then you'll get to see what things should go on the agenda, right? We got the agenda coming up. We need a medical school discussion and we need a facilities discussion. And that could be it.
That was my.
I think the committee reporting structure, to your point, can be altered. So how we do it here can be altered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Subcommittees, we've gone through it pretty quick today. I mean, I don't know, but like you didn't even report on the act. So I think it's more of, at least from my perspective, where I sit is like, if we know this master plan is coming, maybe we should be invited to that committee meeting because it is so important.
Thinking about,
Yeah, because it's so important. I
What are they-
had no idea. Like, it was just kind of like, here
Yeah.
it
We'll
is.
just have it here.
Yeah,
Have it.
But that could be the board meeting.
so I chair the board of this company and what happens at the finance committee affects everything. So I invite the whole board to the finance committee. Whole board hears it and then I don't have to, because I was doing it again at the board meeting. It was stupid. So I think if there are particular topics like the master plan, we should invite the board, not to be, like you can observe. You can come on and observe that meeting and then we don't have to get in, we have to do it again here. So yeah, I think it's something to think about.
Well, the idea is to have some, not just to set some input, right? I mean, the idea, we're going to have a better plan by having people talk about it. So
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're not going to solve this all today.
what's that?
We're not going to solve all this today. Because we got to move on.
But I really enjoyed hearing from the students when the student
Yeah.
senate president. It'd been great to hear more student voices
Yep. And that's
at meetings as we can.
part of our engagement strategy.
You
So
don't
yeah.
hear enough of
We
them?
agree.
Well, I do, but I don't know that everyone else does.
All right.
Neil has his hand up.
Neil, your hand up from before? Yeah. You're on mute, friend.
I forgot to lower it. Forget it.
Okay.
All right. So we've got a couple topics for our retreat today because we heard from you and we heard that you were interested in these topics. Government relations, we're going to hear from our partners at Lewis Burke, as well as Lauren Broccoli Burgess. And then we'll hear from our new CEO of the URI Foundation, Mark Antonucci. So I'll turn it over to Lauren.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Courtney, and thank you to Chair Cook and Vice Chair Sabatoni and everyone for the opportunity to give a quick update. So I know the president did a comprehensive presentation about the state budget this morning. So for purposes of this, it will just be focused on federal government relations. I do just want to say a quick acknowledgement for our state leaders, their support in the budget cycle, and then the GR team. I'm one of several that work on this throughout the year. So Dina Audiello, Becca Carroll, Maddie Lopes, and the PLDO team, and of course, all the members of the board that engage in advocacy on our behalf. Thank you so much. It really is a team effort. So talking about federal government relations strategy. So we all know it's a really challenging environment right now, and it's evolving. So it's changing very rapidly. So as we're thinking about the programs that are priorities to URI, the programs that impact URI, whether it's higher education programs or federal research funding, we're really approaching it in a multifaceted way. So I think you should be all aware we have this internal task force, and as we're receiving these federal developments, whether it impacts a particular grant or policy, executive actions or policy directions from the agencies, we're internally talking about it, we're tracking it. We also engage in the national associations, and I know there was a conversation earlier today about APLU specifically. We're active. I participate in the government affairs committee. There's other coalitions that are really engaged on this. And so we're engaged there, but of course the target right now is not to mobilize a Democratic delegation, right? So we're luckily in Rhode Island. We don't have to convince our senators and our congressmen how important these programs are, right? And so we're engaged in those national associations, but it really looks like the goal, the priorities of those national organizations is advocacy and mobilizing Republican senators, but we'll engage in that as well. For us particularly, what we're trying to do is, as an R1 university, think about how we can be strategic to pivot for the opportunities that are out there. So how do we leverage the delegation on these strategies that are multi-pronged, multifaceted? What does that mean? Well, let's use a legislative mechanism that comes along maybe through the annual funding process. Also, what are those relationships we have with the agencies? How do we know what those agencies are thinking about? Yes, they have to administer and pursue the Trump administration priorities. How do we understand what those priorities are, and how do we pivot what we're doing here to align with those so that we can position ourselves to pursue grants and funding streams? So that's a really macro, but it's really about leveraging the support we do have in the delegation, identifying legislative mechanisms, being really substantive from a policy perspective. What are the directions that the Trump administration is going in? Where do we align our activities? So undersea vehicle technology, you're all aware that we have this really fabulous relationship. We receive funding from the Office of Naval Research. We partner with Electric Boat and Newark and Yukon. That's a great case study of what we're trying to recreate at the federal level, so that funding is flowing into the institution. We're working with the federal agency, and we're expanding and enhancing what we're doing in research. So today I'm fortunate that Michael Ledford, our colleague from Lewisburg Associates, is here. We work as a team. We have the government relations team, we have Lewis Burke, and then we have Bethany Shop in research and economic development. And we're coming together and we're thinking about all of those ways, all those mechanisms that the federal government we can take advantage of to position URI to be successful, no matter what's happening in DC. It's pivoting, it's influencing, it's positioning. So he's going to talk a little bit about that and what we're working on and how we're trying to be as aggressive and proactive in the environment as possible, and the successes we're having and the strategy we're building for the next 0 to 10 years, which goes beyond this administration, to work with these agencies and to position ourselves to continue to be in R1. So Michael will come up here, and then happy to answer questions maybe after he does his presentation, if that works for the chair and the board.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, Michael.
Thank you, Lauren. Well, good. They're up. Pleasure with you all again. I was able to do this a year ago, and I appreciate the chance to present to you all. I am, of course, when you're from Washington, we're here to help. I'm here to explain all the confusion, and it'll all be as clear as day at the end of this presentation, I promise you. So, okay, a little bit about the federal side. I know you guys mostly know this, but I'm going to mostly focus on where we stand today relative to where we stood 5 months ago and where we might stand 5 months from now. Because I think the important thing is to think about this is not a static dynamic. Of course, building on what Lauren said, what are some of the URI opportunity spaces? Because I think the best defense is a great offense. And then obviously time for questions as well. Next slide, please. This is just a slide to remind everybody who we are. You have 50 people that are entirely devoted to the University of Rhode Island's agenda. Back in Washington, we have PhD experts, we have lawyers, we have former members of the National Academy's staff, or worked on Capitol Hill, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that diversity of team is meant to balance out and enrich the teams that you all have here, surrounded by many folks in this room. Next slide, please. I guess I'm driving this. Perfect. Okay. Can we go? Am I able to? Yep, I'm able to do this. Okay. There seems to be a lag in the system. All right. I think the most important thing is when you read the newspaper, everybody thinks government is really just, it's all one thing. And I like to think of this as buckets. Really, we've been dominated of late by the news of executive orders, who's running agencies, what kind of new policies are coming out, what new missives are coming out, and then this big tax bill we've all been reading about that's kind of hot and heavy right now, reconciliation. We've spent very little time talking about annual funding. That's what's going to affect the dollars and cents that go to grants, individual faculty member awards, the ability to get a ship like Lauren was talking about, or new opportunity spaces that the White House is thinking about. And the way we think about these as buckets is very important to me because it means you can be being kind of in a destabilized area in one space, and you can actually be facing a much more constructive area in a different space, and those two can balance each other out. So you can't look at this as one big soup. You really have to think about this tactical fronts, if you will, in the entire battlefield. And that's true of all government, no matter who would be in office. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republicans. We always are balancing it in this kind of distributed way. And so if you look at, for instance, executive actions, all right, the important thing here is not to read the chart. The important thing is to say, look at how much of that was about government regulation, overall functions of the federal executive branch, right? Education, higher education, and other social policy is way down here, okay? And that means every industry is dealing with a changing system, okay? It is not as simple as saying, well, higher ed is being destabilized. How do we get every other person to advocate on behalf of higher ed? Because everybody is looking at a new dynamic, a new funding dynamic, a new governance dynamic. And we are in this both together with our fellow higher ed institutions, but we're also in this in a competitive landscape, which is how does Rhode Island, how does URI kind of get to where the puck's gonna be and not just wait and play reaction mode for the duration of both this administration and this Congress. And that's what we're doing actively right now. Similarly, if you look at the Congress itself, I think that there's a big dynamic here of sort of the makeup is not something we haven't seen before, right? We all like to say it's uniform governance, but it actually, in a lot of ways, it's different aspects of the Republican Party working different aspects of the Democratic Party. We are, for the most part, what we have seen to date is we have seen a congressional Republican dynamic that is not entirely convinced that everything the White House is doing is consistent with the university agenda, and therefore we're already seeing some pushback in that way, and vice versa. We've seen congressional members who have issues or agendas for higher ed that we've seen the executive branch embrace a much more supportive one in some degrees. All right. We're only going to work on a few pieces of legislation this whole year. In general, this legislation does not leave a lot of opportunity space, so we have to focus on the few that we have. And I would like to point out that everything on this table, if you will, minus perhaps this one here about the debt ceiling, is an opportunity for URI. Every single one of these areas is an area where URI can yield benefit from these programs. The budget request came out. Reminder that the president proposes, the Congress disposes. So in the prior Trump administration, we saw a lot of proposed budget cuts. We saw Congress largely reject those budget cuts. I don't know how this Congress is going to play out. I don't know. We have a worse fiscal environment globally, nationally, than we did 7 years ago. But I can tell you this. So far, the House of Representatives, which is generally the most loyal in a same party dynamic, if you have Democratic House and Democratic president or a Republican House, Republican president, you usually see them enforce the president's vision. In the first 5 appropriations bills that they've marked up, they have restored research cuts and increased funding for universities. Okay? So that doesn't tell you that the story is over because a budget's come out that says we're anti-university or we're cutting funding. It also doesn't mean we know how this will play out when all is said and done, because we'll most likely be in a kind of flat funding environment where we're gonna have to go back to negotiating with the executive branch. We had this DOGE thing for a while. It's still a thing. The most important thing to note is three things. Number one, a lot of people have left the agencies. I'd like to point out, we're still bigger by personnel and government than we were 7 years ago. So we've cut a lot, but it's not like we've never been this small. I don't think we've ever seen this kind of rapid change before. And certain agencies are a lot smaller than they've ever been. Number two, that means we've lost a lot of personnel with which we're used to working. So we have to think differently about how we engage with the executive branch. That means relying more on third-party validators. You know, when universities band together and go into government and say, I would like more funding, it seems a little bit like the beneficiary asking for more benefit. Sometimes it's better to have others advocate on your behalf. But the third thing is that this disruption, which is hugely destabilizing to an individual faculty member, to an individual grant team, to postdocs, grad students, and others who are supported by that grant, at some point, this funding has to turn back on. Now, I'm not saying that for that faculty member, it all gets better, but I'm saying we have to do both manage the cuts as is, as they've been given to us, and prepare for the programs as they turn back on. All right, so this is to me a very important slide in terms of visual representation. We are, I assume this is a laser, we're right here in the middle, okay? This is where we started. We started with flood the zone. All right, if you haven't noticed the news cycle, it's like if you can hit them on 50 fronts, you can't battle all 50 at the same time. All right, then we're kind of getting into what's Congress's role. You're seeing that with the tax bill that they're working on right now. You're seeing that with the spending bills I just mentioned. All right, we got a ways to go before we are realizing what is Trump's vision for the future, not just what is the campaign agenda, but what is the actual like grow the country, and what is the new normal. And it is a new normal. All right, if I'm being honest, I think the reality is the worst thing we can do is try to get back what we had. And the best thing we can do is try to build or create or own what we should have for the future. Okay, so bottom line, then I'm gonna get to URI specific, right? Lots of change. There will definitely be less funding, no doubt about it. There's gonna be less funding. I think we could all agree the debt and deficit dynamic nationally mandates that to some degree. The model will change. I think it was Mark's counterpart at Purdue, Meng Chang, who I was in a meeting with, who said to me, and this has been repeated by Elsevier and some publications elsewhere, but perhaps the first generation of higher ed was the Morrill Act, the Land Grant Institution, Skilling Up America, an agrarian society in skills and trade. Perhaps the second iteration of that compact with universities was the robber barons, the huge donations, the rise of private higher ed, endowments, the independence, the quote, ivory tower creation that occurred of that era. Perhaps the third generation was Vannevar Bush. Higher ed or research helped us win the war. Higher ed should be part of that compact. And the GI Bill. It should be part of an accessible economic mobility and upskilling when you return from the war. What is going to be the fourth generation of that compact? What will be the next version of how higher education works with government to reach that? And how does URI embrace both the past and its foundation, but embrace where we need to be as part of that new compact going forward? Okay, so from a URI opportunity space, and these are text-heavy slides, but you can read them at your leisure. I think the most important thing is to start with the top bullet on each one, which is ocean mapping and critical minerals. All right, this is an area that the Trump administration has called for, right? Unleashing American energy. If we map into, no pun intended, unleashing American energy, this is a space where URI could surge while other aspects of the business model of higher education might be being squeezed. Okay, now it's important to note we have cabinet secretaries articulating this importance. We have critical assets already on campus, specifically with our NOAA, CI. We've got a focus where we've done this before, and you've got a de-emphasis on offshore wind. So now there's sort of a new emphasis on this critical minerals ocean mapping agenda. Lauren mentioned the shipbuilding. Huge opportunity space. We all know and believe that the Republicans will favor, especially things that have some aspect of defense spending, some aspect that has national security implications, some aspect of jobs, and I'll have a final point on that. But if you note workforce needs, global competitiveness, national security, this is an area of tremendous overlap. So I think what we're seeing here is that if you combine these two things, you notice emphasis on oceans and emphasis on blue tech, blue economy. We can come up with a million different versions or words for this, but it's an anchor outpost for URI. Chronic disease, food and nutrition. We all have heard the Secretary of HHS come out with Make America Healthy Again. We've seen several of the largest food manufacturers come out with changes on dyes and other aspects of artificial sweeteners, flavors, et cetera. We have this emphasis here that focuses on that connection to chronic disease. I think that that's a URI sweet spot. We have an NIHS Superfund Center. We've got this emphasis around whether it's the food center or in neuroscience, that all of these are let's call them the building blocks that allows us to be particularly relevant, given our mission and our foundation, to this MAHA agenda. We're going to know a little bit more in August. That's where more details are coming out. This is one of those, if you go back to those phases where I was mentioning, they went from campaign mode, it's all on a piece of paper or a speech, to kind of a spring release of their guidepost, to industry changes, and then probably by the fall, funding and details that actually a university can get their teeth into. So you can't assume that April's version of the Trump administration in Congress is going to be what November's version is. And it's our job to get to where the November's version is and hit it right where it's happening. Biotechnology is my last one to mention, I believe. This was part of the bipartisan Chips and Science Act. There is a theory out there that 40% of the product and materials you interact with by 2035 will have a bioengineered material product in them. Okay, this is a major area of focus and interest. URI has a lot of overlap and strengths here. There's a big National Security Commission report that came out just 2 months ago. And yesterday, I believe, maybe the day before, Congress just announced a bipartisan commission on this topic. So once again, URI has, you see the 3 bullets here in the middle. We have the Biotechnology Center. We've got the Biotech Experience Program. We've got our College of Pharmacy. URI has a lot of strength in this. It's about stitching these together and aligning it with the Trump administration's agenda. So I'm going to stop there, but with one final point. One of the things that underlied every single one of those opportunity spaces I mentioned was workforce. If you ask most CEOs, what is your greatest challenge right now? It's that for every available job, I don't have enough qualified applicants to meet it. The university meets that workforce agenda and the economic development agenda of both the state and the nation. And that's a piece that can be emphasized even more strongly in our sort of agenda ahead without sacrificing our research scholarship, our integrity, our pursuit of knowledge generation. Let me stop there. Lauren, what did I miss? Nothing. Okay. Board, what did I miss? What did I get wrong? Feel free to push me on these things.
What's your sense on the temperature in Congress for state universities, giving resources to state universities versus private institutions? And then also how it relates to red and blue states?
Yeah, it's a great point. So generally, states are in favor, state universities are in favor, and private universities are generally down. Of course, that's state dependent, because if you have a Grinnell College in Iowa, you know, it's a pretty small state. So it's going to be just as critical to that state as, say, a state like California. And similarly, sometimes when you're in a blue state, the state universities actually represent the governor in effect and the political regime. So then in that case, they're a little bit more scrutinized than some of the privates are. So that's why I meant it kind of depends. I do think we're getting into a little bit of a dynamic where blue states are going to have a tougher time getting some of the political dollars than red states are. I just think that's, and I would say that that's politics. And I would say, I mean, I've been doing this 25 plus years, and I've seen versions of that play out in every version of the White House. Some would say we disagree with this. Sitting in a blue state, I could see that, but it's worked the other way too. And the last thing I would say in terms of that dynamic is privates often, I think, were felt more immune from, let's call it, the politics of the day. And so they were allowed to pivot in ways that perhaps now are not looking so hot. And so publics, there's governors on them by virtue of being state entities. And that has helped manage, I think, some of the directional challenges that the White House sees with them generally.
Represent other state universities?
Yes, we represent 30 universities, and it's about half and half between states and privates. I assume everyone saw the news that UVA's president just resigned under pressure from the Justice Department. So that's the first public university president and the first since the series of private university presidents that happened, obviously some months ago. But it's a notable because it's a public.
Did you ever see it this, I mean, I get it, different administrations, but I haven't seen whether it was Democrat or Republicans in the past that shut down entities, took the signs off before anybody said anything, like USAID, and the infrastructure bill he went after, the CHIPS bill he went after. I never saw it at this magnitude, or have I been not viewing correctly?
I think in modern times, I would agree with you, but I don't think that this is entirely unprecedented in American history. I'm not trying to defend it or sugarcoat it or argue. I think the pace is radical. I think that a level of disruption is extreme in that sense because of the speed at which it's happening. And there's kind of this mindset of break first, fix later. By the way, the same mindset is true of litigation, which is push the envelope and worry, maybe we'll win 30% of the things in the courts. We all saw the landmark decision today on the birthright citizenship case where the court ruled 6-3 to narrow the ability for federal justices to create nationwide injunctions. So there's this mindset of, look, we did something, we didn't maybe win on this case, but we won on that. And so that mindset, whether it's you want to call it the Elon private equity startup mindset, or you want to call it the President Trump mindset, either way, that's different than modern times. But it was Jefferson and Adams were stacking the Supreme Court and then immediately removing justices. We had 80% or something like that of the non-political civilian diplomats turn over between Carter and Reagan. I mean, 80%. So we had that kind of wholesale change. I think USAID, State Department, anything that represents the political government, you see more volatile change. I think what for higher ed feels so destabilizing is we're not used to seeing it in civilian agencies doing fairly non-political or apolitical things like a National Science Foundation or a National Institute of Health. But I would also say that 40 years ago, that was a $2 billion agency and a $7 billion agency. So we also reached a size where these things have much bigger shocks and are more of a target than they were, maybe the last time we all experienced this kind of political shift.
How would you suggest we go make our case around these research dollars that are being cut?
So, yeah, it's a great question. So for one, I think we're already doing that by assembling the right mix and thinking of, let's call it the non-political people that have to be bought in within the administration to even get to the stage of the political folks, meaning you really need that colonel at the DOD or that program executive to kind of buy into the logic of it. You do have to couch it in the terms that resonate with the current political administration, and we're doing that. We're drafting talking points in that way. We've got a white paper, for instance, for the Navy in this. So we're working just those ideas. I don't think highly public full frontal assaults or even pitches are very effective right now. I think people, they so badly want the performance to match with the reality. And they're forgetting that unless you want to be a part of political theater, sometimes it's dangerous to sort of, kind of engage on that front. And I think too often higher ed's mindset is we back them into a corner, they'll all see their wisdom. And if, the polls have shown, I'm not saying these are right or wrong, but they've done countless polls. And the answer is, in all these attacks on higher ed, his base has not shifted one iota, meaning they're still like, we see all the negatives of higher ed. And the middle, the independents, it's very issue specific. It's even whether you want to call the independents the non-MAGA right, or you want to call them the center or the non-Harris left, whichever version of independent you want to talk about, it's not uniformly, whatever higher ed wants. And so I think we're smarter to be very tactical, very incremental. And the last thing is use bank shots. We just had a meeting. I was just in San Francisco. I was there yesterday. And we convened a set of venture capitalists and others to meet with research agencies. And the argument was your dollars, your bottom line is impacted by their health and success, right? This was done in a way that is meant to get them to become our advocates rather than us telling them they should be their advocates, actually let them see it for themselves. That coupled with each of our topics, for instance, the food issue I was talking about, how do we get more of the industry in food to see the value of working with the URI, given the pressure they're under because of that MAHA agenda? Because, they feel it too. If you ask philanthropy, they're in a tailspin. Are they going to remove my tax exempt status? I don't know whether to spend my money in America or not. I don't know whether to give it to higher ed because of this indirect cost issue. Industry's feeling the same way. What if I'm the next on the front page? What if my shareholders are going to revolt? So we have to, I guess, turn down the temperature and do it, I think, through secondary means.
And
Association to lobby for Narragansett Dawn ship.
It's a great example.
it's like what Maine did with their
Not
Sea
a-
Grant. So when Maine's Sea Grant program, which is administered by the University of Maine, was cut, the strategy was, don't have the University of Maine go and mobilize. Their Senator Susan Collins says, create the coalition of all the beneficiaries of that program. Let them carry the water, the fishermen, the startups, whatever. And they were able to help restore. They also have Susan Collins, so that helps too, Republican senator, and restore that. So yes, it's this idea of the coalition speaks, because if it's the beneficiary, it looks like very self-dealing that you're in a handout. The other thing I just say, Tom, is this idea of like the full frontal assault. There's not an appetite from the states, from the institutions that would have impact. Why? Because it's a transactional environment right now. So when they're having a problem and they're having a grant that cuts, they go to their senator and their senator said, okay, let me take care of this just for you because I'm able to influence transactionally, maybe fix this for you, but I can't support all of higher ed programs. So what you'll see just in my community with other counterparts at other institutions, there's not a lot of like kumbaya, let's go together. They're identifying what are our bet the business priorities, what are we going to use our political capital for on that, and everyone else can kind of like everyone's so focused on protecting their bottom line. So we haven't seen, besides I would say litigation, a real effort to say, let's bring together, let's use that red state power to do something for macro higher ed. I don't know if you disagree.
No, I think that's well said. They want to see consolidation in the industry.
Mhm.
They believe it's gotten too big. They want to see the research institutions, the R1s, really become the home base of research, and the others to kind of get out of research because it's like too few dollars to spread across too big a set of institutions. I think they want to see how AI changes things, and they want to understand which institutions are embracing it and figuring out the right secret sauce to leverage AI. Not everybody should be a computing dominant AI algorithm. I own a super pod. Some people are, I'm creating the AI literate graduates who know how to plug in those kinds of environments.
Mhm.
And that doesn't mean you have the AI. It might be you have partners to do. It might be you've thought about AI will change an industry or something like that. That's what they're looking for. It's competitive. It's not, we don't win by all of higher ed being treated the same.
Mhm.
Yeah, Neil?
Michael, I really agree with that. I think the AI application issue is really critical. Rather than trying to reproduce, what only a handful of institutions can really do at the cutting edge of the research, the ability of a place like URI to be a public leader in how AI can be applied in a variety of, previously purely academic enterprises, but is now intimately linked to economic development. I mean, I just think that both of your arguments regarding bank shots strike me as critical. I mean, everything I'm hearing out there is it came up earlier just a few minutes ago, the inability of employers to find people who can work with applications. And, rather than trying to make deeply analytical arguments, get into the transactional phase of, we've got the capacity to do something good that makes sense for a sort of an AI centric agenda.
Right. And I just want to be clear. I've been in this a long time, as I mentioned. I'm not giving up on the ideals behind which higher education and URI and others are focused. Our why does not have to be somebody else's why, right? As long as we get to the same outcome, our whys can be different, but you do have to, we're translators. We're people who speak other languages, and you do have to speak their language to have any resonance with them. And just going in, I think just for so long, the mindset is you have to actually agree with my why. You have to be about what I'm about. And that's not necessarily this environment. This environment has convinced them that their agenda is actually synonymous with your success in some capacities.
I think it makes a ton of sense. And I think in some ways we've been thinking about that, but I don't know how proactive and specific we've been on how to partner, who to partner with. But I think you're exactly right. It's not, in some ways, it's not a coalition of universities going to ask for, it's a university like ours with R1 status, with specific capabilities that are showing, just like your VC example, showing companies the power of the research dollar and the partnership, and then that company's got to be the advocate.
And maybe our partners are, in Louisiana and the Gulf because of shipbuilding.
Right.
And the coalition should be a Rhode Island, Mississippi, Louisiana coalition, which to most people would seem kind of crazy and actually politically looks brilliant.
Right.
Almost like we designed it intentionally that way, but in fact we just leveraged the power we had and then applied politics to it.
Right.
And I think that's the kind of strange bedfellows we're going to see in the future.
I agree. Go ahead, Mark.
So when you spoke about the specific areas where URI is particularly well positioned, I just want to talk about three of them for a second. So the ocean mining, critical minerals, the shipbuilding. I just showed everybody a picture of our 100-meter, towing tanks. So shipbuilding, front and center. And then the chronic disease, food and nutrition. So our College of Health Sciences in particular is a leader there. How are you, we're so used to seeing the National Science Foundation come out with a biocomplexity call or, some new applied mathematics call, but are you expecting new calls, and who would they be coming from for these? Because what we're used to is usually seeing the NIH or the NSF or the DOD or whoever, making a specific call. Is that how it's going to come, or is it going to come in a different way?
I think it's both. So one, I think back to that phasing, we for so long were in the prove to the Congress that we knew how to cut funding, that we were not in a get funding out the door. But I think at some point solicitations will resume. Okay. And I think that some point is this calendar year, probably sort of fall timeframe, where you're going to see both the indirect cost overhead issues more or less resolved, and therefore some more of a battle rhythm being able to be established again between higher education, research organizations, and the research agencies. Now, in the topic areas you mentioned, however, I think a lot of that's going to be through agencies we're not maybe as accustomed to working with, like the Department of Interior, the Health and Human Services agencies outside of the National Institutes of Health, okay? Because they're easier for them politically to do large funding initiatives through. And or it'll be a restructuring of the way an agency like NIH makes awards and does its business. Let me back up for 1 second to say, remember when DeepSeek was announced on AI and all of a sudden someone said China just beat us at our own game, but with like $8 million and we spend $8 billion to do the same thing? You guys remember this? It sent this kind of, people were rattled, okay? I like to say, what's our next DeepSeek moment? All right, what's our next, a tornado wipes out an entire, region, and all of a sudden you have to be about disaster resilience, or there's a ship that's stealth and, doesn't even have humans on it because it's automated and it's with our adversary, or somebody's dying in an area because of chronic disease and it's pointed out that it was directly linked to some issue. When those things happen, this administration, and frankly, every administration, will go to a surge mentality. And by the way, if we don't think it's going to happen, the last year and a half of the Trump administration was COVID and Operation Warp Speed. And let's be honest, he owns the beauty of vaccine development that a lot of people benefited from. So in a good way, I was saying owned. But so surge is all the government knows how to do. We pull back, and then, oh, we've got a crisis. So it's a combination, Mark, of doing the incremental, doing the grants when they turn back on, making sure they think this is an area aligned with the Trump administration so they'll actually turn it on in these areas, but also giving them, being at the ready with the surge package, which is like the supercharged version. Like, could we build 2 of those ships? Right? That's the kind of thing, because everything they're talking to us about right now is what could you do in the next 3 years? What, you know, they're politicians. What could you do in the next 3 years to make this White House look good? I would love URI to have a version of this. Every one of these topics that we just went through should have a 3-year outcome oriented mindset in addition to a 30-year legacy building excellence.
I think that's great advice. Yeah, and I mean, talking about priorities, like, we have to respond in a responsible way, but respond to the environment that we're in. And I think we got to think about that perspective.
Yeah, and so, you know, I always like to say, you guys are a board, you're fiduciaries, you understand. If somebody came into you and said, I need $100,000 for something, you'd listen. I mean, that's a lot of money. But if somebody came into you and said, I need $100 million for something, you'd spend a day and a half looking into it. You'd commission reports. You'd be talking about it on your private calls. You'd be thinking about it routinely because you'd be thinking this could either be a huge like win and legacy moment for this institution, or it could be something that I own because it was a challenge. It was a bet that I had to make. Okay. So I always like to say that's the same with the government. If we go in and says URI needs our grant back, we lost 50 grand, we lost 100 grand, we lost 200 grand. URI is not part of the solution. If URI goes in and says, I need $100 million and I will move the needle on this in partnership with these organizations, you're now in the conversation. So in some ways, your bet areas, you actually are doing the opposite. Everything in your brain is saying, cut, 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 hold on, don't hurt me any further. And you actually have to turn around and go, I've got $100 million idea that you will love, that will make this president look good, and that this Congress can get behind. And I've got more than one state benefiting from it. And that's the way you get them out of, how do I hurt URI or hurt Rhode Island, and into Rhode Island's part of the team.
I love it. We love it. That's good advice. Thank you. I'm glad you're on our team.
One thing I have to say, for those of you who have not had a chance to work directly with Louis Burke, when you do go to the different agencies, whoever it is from your team, and I can't remember all their names, but I've gone with 8 of them, they all feel like they're URI. It's a very interesting thing. They're more URI than I am. You know, it's like, wow, who are you? You know, I don't see you too much on campus, but they really are great. And
Very kind of you to say, and we really always want to embody that. We use the pronouns we, and we mean that when we say it. It's meant to, I always say, this is a business where you have to believe in the business and have an institutional relationship and not just, oh, we're an outside consultant or something like that. It just doesn't work. It's not as fun. You don't really see the change dynamic.
Yeah, no, we really appreciate that. So
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Mark.
Enough about what we're working on and our strengths. Pair us up with people to think about this in that kind of way, whether it's neuroscience or blue economy. Or your point earlier about Louisiana and Mississippi, and what's going on there, how we can.
I mean, obviously the answer is you're always struggling to learn more.
Yeah.
But Bethany's team, Lauren, like everybody's keeping
We
it.
don't know how we compare with others. That's
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. I think, so we do have national reach and national visibility. So some of this is about how do we use some of those relationships, and some of it is, so does your team, because your team is plugged into national networks and national arenas. It might be a faculty member is a chapter member of the fishermen's group, and then they reach out to the national group, whereas we didn't know that national group because we're not in fisheries per se, or something like that. But yes, I think you're right to say that. And I will say that because we're a national firm, I also work very closely with, I would say, 35 or so of the state delegations. So we have a lot of political awareness. I'm not trying to claim best friends with everybody, but I know how a Speaker Johnson or a Majority Leader Scalise think in Louisiana. And therefore, it's one thing just to get a Louisiana institution and say, that'll help. It's another thing to actually say, these are the institutions that they really look to. So we need these organizations, not just any organization in Louisiana.
And Tom, there's a team of 6 people just dedicated at Lewisburg for URI. They come to campus. They meet with the deans. They meet with faculty members. Every year we do a process that says, come one, come all. If you have something you wanted by the federal government, send it to us. And the team, government relations, Bethany's office, and Lewisburg combs through it and says, this could be something. This is at a later stage. This is early on. So it's like anyone who really wants to go get it, we're going to help. We're going to create a strategy for them using whatever mechanism we can. So they also tap in because they come here and they see what's going on and they help us strategize. I just mentioned the NIUVT thing with shipbuilding. We're trying to pivot right now so we can align the state of Rhode Island to get some really expansive amount of money that we can do quickly because we can scale up. So it's always symbiotic in terms of how we have them plug in, but pushing information, because to your point, they're looking at the national landscape when we're thinking about Rhode Island. Sometimes we're not necessarily plugged into what's happening, every day at these agencies that are big opportunities.
And to y'all's credit, I mean, we see a lot of universities, so I always love to say, I know what a unique thing is versus what somebody says is a unique thing, but it means we're not going to tell you to go lean in on something if I don't think you have the goods, right? Like, there's lots of campuses that say we're God's gift to quantum, and I walk around and I'm like, look, you've got some really great early career faculty members in quantum. Good. I mean, in fact, URI does, right? Good. But they're early career faculty members. You're not going to change the world in quantum the way some institutions can and will. And so we try to also level set, and we're willing to tell the bad news of, hey, no, that's not such a great thing to lean in on right now, because we know what the competitive landscape looks like.
Make sure you tell us too.
Yeah.
So what exactly is next? I guess, is there low hanging fruit right now that we could tackle immediately? Is there something that we have to do? I mean, what is next? Like this sounds exciting, right? So what is it that we have to do next?
So I think for each of these topics, we kind of have a battle plan. And I think the thing that I was thinking as I was coming here, if I'm sitting in your shoes, I want to know, is something on fire that I need to go put out? Is something a major opportunity that I can bring any of my resources, network, et cetera, to help you do? Or are you just looking for my wisdom and knowledge of how to think strategically about something on the internal side while you go out to the external? And so I don't think we've applied yet to each of these battle plans, which is the feature that is the board can most help with. All right. And I think what we need to do is later on maybe for the shipbuilding one, it's in the next month, who's got the best access to tell, the greatest champion of DOD, Jack Reed, this is our bet. But maybe for the MAHA thing, the nutrition and environmental challenges, we all know there's a commission report with more detail coming out in August. So I don't want you to do anything until August, because I don't want to, run over here and have the whole report kind of lead over here. I want to wait and kind of see. I only have to wait 6 weeks to find that out. And maybe what I'm going to need is I'm going to need something in the fall that says, okay, as Mark said, NIH isn't the one coming out the money. It's the CDC, or it's NIH, it's NIOSH, which is a sort of separate entity. Who here has relationships with the state environmental groups that could help us plug in, or who here has an industry relationship? Because we're going to need that to plug it. So we need to add that layer, I think. Otherwise, it's just an interesting update and you file it away and it ain't broke. So I won't spend my time on it right now, which is an okay thing too.
Just real quickly, and some of it's really playing to your strengths and taking those shots on goal. So a really interesting story is we ramped up to be part of a large regional innovation engine, which is a large competition that is still open at NSF, partnering with New Hampshire and Maine. And it was around sustainable seafood and all of our strength in seafood. And that happened, and then an executive order dropped on America's seafood competitiveness. So, we were strategically aligned because we just have significant strengths in that area. So I think the other piece of this is to kind of keep leaning into those strengths that we know we have, because sometimes serendipitously we can also, pivot really, really fast to say, this is aligned with this administration. So that's still hanging out there in the ether. But, I think that we just to these proposals that we keep submitting, we can't stop because some of them are going to be shots on goal.
It's a great point. Just for your awareness too, I just talked to NSF about these, and they're very much still in play. And these are $15 million per award for phase one, but up to $150 million for the total award. This is absolutely one where the ones who are going to start losing their funding, they've only funded one round of these. They're going to cut off several of them who haven't moved fast enough. So this is one where if you all as board members can help us level up an idea that faculty and others are behind, but we don't have the relationships to help level this up quickly. In my humble opinion, you don't keep the funding by incrementally growing it. You only keep the funding by throwing in more partners to the point where you sort of accrete mass rapidly. And we're going to need to do that if we're successful in the seafood thing. Because we want to look like we're 15 million ready to be 60, not we'll be ready for 1 million in a year once we hire the executive director, which is sadly how a lot of higher ed works. It's like, I need to take time and find the right person. And you know what? The White House has no interest in that right now. They just don't. They're going to kill all those awards.
Question is, who teed up the seafood issue, the seafood executive order for Trump?
The seafood industry who had politically gotten behind during the campaign season. Absolutely. No, that's the folks you want on your team. You want to say that this engine is the workforce and research operation that will enable your entire downstream effect. And so we have to sort of, because this proposal was queued up, and then we need to kind of marry these two things together. So I think applying, the board's reach and the board's wisdom to each of these problems to figure out what the right intersection point is, what the phasing is of your involvement, rather than talking about it in aggregate, which we do in this kind of presentation.
Yeah. So it seems like a tangible next step would be after this August report.
Yeah.
Right? And getting this group back together and figuring out what are 1 or 2 areas that we want to go deep on.
Right. That one's for this. And then for the ocean mapping critical minerals, let's look at an interior dynamic and folks who might know folks in that. So yeah, I agree. I think, Margot, we need to do that for each of these topics and then give you a tangible, here's the window. And you all can then just discuss it on a phone call, on an email chain that says, does anyone have any threads to pull on this?
It'd be great if you could share that information around the giving to the administration for the election. Like, I didn't know the seafood group gave Trump a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, there's,
So, I mean, that's public, it's all public, but I don't know, we should get that to see those industries.
Sparks any idea, right?
That's what it is. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
There's this thing called politics.
Yeah. No, it's really good. I think we have some next steps here. We really appreciate that you're partnered with us, and I think your advice is spot on. Good.
Lobbyist. Good job.
Wow.
I'm only kidding.
Hey, I'm a lawyer and a lobbyist. They always said, how do you know, what do we do? What do you call a lawyer and a lobbyist chained at the bottom of the sea? And they say, a good start. So I own it.
Just kidding.
I understand. I'll take all the heat. So
Thank you,
all.
Michael. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got one more discussion and not a lot of time. Mark Antonucci. And I just want to say that we will have, to the point of pick a few topics, go deep. We'll have more time for Mark is, as he said, 12 weeks in. He's done a phenomenal job in 12 weeks, but there is a lot he's working on. And so I think September will be a good time to have a deeper discussion with Mark. All that said, you have about 9 minutes.
I'll make this really quick. So there's a quote that I just want to start with. So universities are where research shapes teaching and where solutions are developed directly by addressing local needs. And I'll expand on that quote with the sense of that's what differentiates universities from universities. So that quote was in President Parlange's op-ed in Science, which is really to build off the federal relations conversation. This is how universities raise these big bets. What are you really, really good at? And so from a fundraising perspective, what is the University of Rhode Island really known for? What differentiates? It's ocean. We're the ocean state. I got my anchor tie on today. There's a reason why. And so I agree with everything Michael said, and coming from other large institutions that have done significant fundraising, URI kind of has to do that too. We have to go for the $100 million, $500 million asks and basically say, look, we are the best in the world to do this, and why aren't we doing that? And this is how. And we have a president who I think has built the infrastructure. That's why I joined this institution. And the university is on the rise, and you're seeing it. As I said earlier, in the 4 years Mark's been here, the university's already raised over $200 million. That's going to continue to rise as we get more and more refined. And we know what our North Star is. We have the Focus URI strategic plan. My job as the vice president and CEO is to align the foundation's focus around this. I don't think the foundation has been 100% focused around this. It's been on the capital campaign. That's fine. They did a phenomenal job. It's done. It's over with. Nobody cares about what you did. It's what you're going to do for us. That's how it works in the 21st century. And so Focus URI is really the next 5 to 10 years for the university. So what are the 2 or 3 things that we do really, really well? And how does that interdisciplinarily influence every part of the institution? It's ocean, it's healthcare, and then is it AI or is it something else? But what makes URI URI? And then how do we take that story of what we're doing here in Kingston and bring it on a national stage? And I think that's where the greatest opportunity and the biggest bang for the buck, I think you're going to see in fundraising as we're going to level the colleges up, but where you're going to see the next shilling level gift. And maybe it's one of you in this room. But that level gift is going to come from somebody likely outside the state of Rhode Island. Doesn't mean they weren't from Rhode Island, but they're not living here anymore. There was a quote in the Wall Street Journal the other day that the 1% of the 1% made $17 trillion in the last 6 months on their investment. So that's where the money is. So if you're not playing the billionaire game at some point, you're not really playing at all. And so my ask to you, and I'll cut my remarks so I can answer any questions, is who do you know? And I think that's been one of the biggest things that I've noticed in the 12, 13 weeks I've been here is we're not really tapping your networks. You all know people, you're part of different groups, different societies. You're not all of you are from in the state of Rhode Island right now. And I think, if you look at where I've come from and some of the institutions that have 3x, 4x in their fundraising, they leverage network. And how do we get your networks to come to URI or see or listen to the provost and the president as to why they should invest in the institution that's on the rise, that's serving the local community really well, but also the local inspiration and the solutions we're driving at URI are actually impacting the global challenges too. What we do here in Rhode Island is scalable. We know that. The research has proven it. The momentum has proven it. So how we have to tell that story. So I think that's, in a 4 minutes or less, but I'm happy to come back. One of the things that I'm excited to do, and Margot knows this, Sandy Perillo will step in as board chair of the foundation board on July 1st. We're going to bring the foundation board and the board of trustees more together. We're even aligning our meetings to be the day before your meeting so that at night you'll interact with them. Because again, I need your network. I need their network. We need to show that we're one roadie, one URI, and we're all rowing in the same direction behind our president and the mission that you've already approved. So with that, open it up.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions of Mark? Good message.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Courtney, anything else? All right, I will conclude. I think I would say the last 3 or 4 meetings have been excellent. Really good, rich discussions. And I think that there are some structural things we can work on, as we talked about, that let us spend even more time on these really important topics. So I think a few takeaways. We're going to relook at the agendas for the boards and the committees and make sure that we're staying with enough time on strategic topics and doing some of the administrative stuff, hopefully in a more succinct way. Can't promise that, but we will try to figure that out. I think Tom figuring out whether the Student Life and Athletics Committee, whether it makes sense to continue that or to push some of those topics up to the board, and that alleviates some of those committee members to be distributed around the other committees. And to that point, I think we need a couple of, we'll figure this out, but a couple of maybe smaller groups that can think more deeply about what Michael Ledford talked about, one, and two, maybe three things. Two, the facilities discussions, like there's a lot of decisions to be made around real estate around the campus and prioritization, and then the medical school. And so I think we have to give this some thought, figuring out if it's like one special session that we dig into, like two big topics or something like that, or we form some smaller subcommittees. I'm not sure what the structure is yet, but I think we need some way to get at these big meaty topics so that the rest of the board feels like somebody's looking at it really closely. And then the board feels collectively like they're well-informed. But generally, I think what you hear from the president and the provost is that we are not on our back foot here. We are in an environment that is challenging and difficult, but we've built something here in the last several years that lets us be on our front foot. But in order to stay there, we have to be intentional. And I think figuring out some of these bigger topics together, continuing that momentum, I think this university is in a phenomenal spot. We're seeing that because we're seeing that in the outcomes of who wants to come to school here. We're seeing the donations go up, the partnerships are good, but continuing on that momentum is going to be an absolute necessity. And I know we have the leadership that wants to do it. So thank you to everybody, that the attention you spend and the all the intra-meeting discussions and the ideas that you have. That's what make this board great, but it's also what's going to make the university continue to be great. So thank you for your time. Enjoy your summer, and we'll see you in September. Oh, motion to adjourn. I always forget that. We have a motion to adjourn. Second, Mike. Voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. The next meeting is September 26th, 2025. Thank you.